Hello and welcome. My name is Ali and I'm gonna be your instructor in this course. This course is designed specifically for beginners to intermediate ethical hackers that they want to learn some necessary tools, security tools like NMAP, SQLMAP, and NECTO. So I named this course NMAP, SQLMAP, and NECTO for ethical hackers. Nowadays, any company, if you're looking for cybersecurity job, if you wanna improve yourself, if you wanna increase your chance of getting job or your level in your current job, you must have enough knowledge about NMAP and SQLMAP and NECTO. NMAP is very essential and necessary tool. You will need it anytime and anywhere. If you are a pen tester, if you are the defender, if you are ethical hacker, SQLMAP will save you a lot of time for doing penetration test for the databases hacking. Instead of writing code, SQLMAP will do the job automatically for you by automate everything. And NECTO is a special vulnerability scanner for a website or web server. Okay, so what we will do, what we will learn in this course together, we will start basically by build before we build cybersecurity lab, we're gonna have network basics. We will start talking about some necessary basics of networks. So you will understand what port is, what network is, what IP address, what DNS, what those kind of necessary stuff in case you don't know them. So I will provide them for you. And then we will build your cybersecurity lab. And then we will start learning some necessary system commands, a Linux command. And then after that, we will start with NMAP. What we will do with NMAP, we will do a lot of things together. So we will fingerprinting operating systems and services running on a target host. We will discover hosts with TCP SYN ping scan. We will discovering hosts with UDP SYN ping scan. We will do operating system detection in verbose mode. We will discovering hosts with IB, ICMP, and ARP ping scan. We will try use aggressive mode scan and operating system guessing. We will use intense scan, and we will discovering host names by brute forcing DNS record using NMAP. We will get information from whose record using NMAP and NMAP scripts. We will perform reason scans. So sometimes, like when you do scan, and NMAP will tell you this port is open, but does not tell you why they are open. It will tell you the reason why they are open and how NMAP find out they are open. And then we will scan of entire subnet, and then we will do very important enumeration using NMAP scripting. We will start doing HTTP enumeration. We will do FTP enumeration. We will do DNS enumeration, SSH enumeration, SMB enumeration, and we will talk about each one of them and what they meant. And we will talk about SMTP enumeration. We will talk about MySQL enumeration. We will perform this enumeration using NMAP scripting. And then we will do IP address geolocation. It's very important to know where this website location. For example, your website that you're targeting, you're gonna find out the location, the country where they are, what city, and also we will do trace out geolocation. So we're gonna do all of those stuff with NMAP together in very easy and step by step. And also I assume that you don't have knowledge, no prerequisite. This course is gonna be highly practical course. Okay, and then we will start with NMAP, SQLMAP. What we will do, the SQLMAP, we will try to access databases names from like in our target, and then we will, after we access databases names, we will access the tables inside those databases names by using SQLMAP, and then we will access columns inside the tables of the databases by using SQLMAP also, and then we will dump data from databases, columns, and tables, and then we will access some password and password hashes from databases, and access information schema of database, and more to see. And then after the SQLMAP, we will move to Necto. So I designed this course just to teach you those three necessary skills for you as an ethical hacker or penetration tester or cybersecurity specialist. They are very, very necessary, and they will help you a lot to put them on your CV or resume. So Necto, well, as we said earlier, it's a special vulnerability scanner. It's designed for find a vulnerability on web servers and website. So we will talk about introduction to Necto, and Necto, we will start with the Necto basic scans, and then how to scan specific port using Necto, and then how to scan domain with SSL enabled to check if there is SSL enabled or not in our target, and also we'll see how we can scan multiple targets at once or at the same time using Necto. And then after that we will learn how to output the Necto scan result. So I hope you will enjoy this course, and if there is any comments, any feedback, please let me know. This course is like very, very basic and very practical. So you will learn a lot of necessary techniques and skills for those three tools, security tools. All of them, they are open source: NMAP, SQLMAP, and Necto, and all of them, they will be available on your Kali Linux. So you don't have to install anything. I mean, don't have to install those tools. You just need to, after installing your Kali Linux, you will be able to use them free anytime and anywhere. As I will always mention, and always try to remember and tell students that those skills and those tools is for education, for educational purpose, and to learn, not to use them for doing non-legal stuff or non-legal things. As I always try to use them with the legal way by building our cybersecurity lab, so we can practice everything in a legal and safe environment. And also NMAP provide us with the website called scanme.nmap.org, as you're gonna see it, and try to practice some NMAP scanning on it. So I will hope that you enjoy this course and you learn a lot. Thank you very much, and take care.
Hello and welcome to this lesson with introduction to NMAP and what is NMAP exactly and how does it work. Before we go ahead, we see the basics of NMAP and a sample picture of how NMAP works. We have to know the TCP three-way handshake. So TCP is a network protocol, and is a way used to establish connection between two entities, client and server. And this has happened when a client tried to request a service from a server. So we must know how TCP three-way handshake works in order to understand how the basics of NMAP or how NMAP work. So what is TCP handshake? So TCP handshake is to establish a reliable connection between client and server, and this connection is a full duplex. What full duplex mean? The connection will go in both ways. So if the connection established, it will be two ways, from here to here and back from here to here. So the connection will be in full duplex, and both sides synchronize and acknowledge each other. So for example, if this client wants to request a service from the server, and could be any service. So any service use TCP protocol, because we know there are TCP and UDP protocol, right? And we're gonna see all of them in NMAP, how we can use TCP scan with NMAP and UDP map and NMAP and so on. But the difference between TCP protocol and UDP protocol, TCP is establish a reliable connection, while UDP not guaranteed the delivery, while the TCP will guarantee the delivery. How TCP basically works, it works like this. So the client want to request a service from the server. Could be, for example, if you want to request HTTP service, web service, could be on port 80 or FTP on port 25 and so on. So so the client will send a SYN packet to the server. If the service is available and the port open at the server here, the server will send SYN-ACK packet to the client. As soon as the client receives the SYN-ACK packet, it will send acknowledge. It's mean okay, done. And then when the acknowledge packet arrives to the server, the established will be connection. The connection will be established. As we can see, we see is in two ways. So the connection will go from this side to the side and from this side to the side until they finish whatever they want. This is just like a simple idea of TCP protocol or three-way handshake. Why we need that? Because NMAP take advantage of three-way handshake in order to discover networks and find ports, services, and so on, as we're gonna see through the our lessons with NMAP. So this is basics of three-way handshake. SYN packet going from client to server, and server will send SYN-ACK packet, and then a client will acknowledge this packet, and then the established will be connected. Called the three-way handshake. Okay, so let's see how NMAP works exactly and take advantage of this TCP connection or three-way handshake. So for example, we have this source and destination. So the source will try send SYN packet to the server, and if the port or the service, if the port open or the service available, the destination or the server will send SYN-ACK, as we saw in a three-way handshake. And then what the client do in case of the port open in NMAP, it will send acknowledge and right away send REST-ACK to close the connection, because the goal here is just to find out if the port is open. Okay, because in scanning we are doing reconnaissance, discovering stuff, right? So as long as this source have an idea from this SYN-ACK that this port is open or this service is available on this side, it will send the acknowledge and then close the connection. That's it. The main goal here is just to find out the connection or the port is open and the service is available. What will happen in case of the source, like the port is closed or and so on? So here, so the same procedure, the client or the source will send SYN packet to the destination, and if the port closed, the destination or the server will send REST-ACK, because the service is not available or the port is actually closed. So in this case, the client or the source will have idea that the service that has been requested is not available or the port is closed. Okay, so this is just simple idea, very basic idea about three-way handshake and how NMAP take advantage of three-way handshake to know that if the port is open or closed and so on. During the course, while we are learning NMAP, So we're going to learn all those stuff about surface available, open port, closed port by a practical way, and then you will have very clear idea. But here I just want to bring up that how TCP three-way handshake works, and how the NMAP take advantage of this three-way handshakes and get to know that if the port is open or closed. Also, there is UDP scan, and there is more scans going. We will know and learn each one of them in details and in a practical way during our lessons. So thank you for watching, and see you again in the next lesson.
Hello and welcome. Introduction to SQLMAP. So SQLMAP is an open source penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flows and taking over database servers. So it is completely open source, and it has a lot of features, like for example full support for MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Microsoft Access, IBM, SQLite, Sybase, SAP, and more databases systems. So it will save you a lot of time. You don't have to write any single line of code to perform any SQL injection or to do penetration tests for SQLMAP. The reason for that is to save you time, as I said, and make things easy. So when you install your Kali, it will come with Kali by default. So how you gonna access for it? Two ways: either from you go here and then you go to databases assessment, and then you click here to SQLMAP, or you will access it from command line. So here it's open with all help, or from the command line here you just write SQLMAP and then H for help. It will display everything for you. During the course we will use the command line and perform most of those features inside SQLMAP. So thank you and take care. Hello, welcome again. In this lesson we're going to start talk about Nikto, vulnerability scanner. Nikto is open source vulnerability and free vulnerability scanner. It's mainly used for web vulnerability scan. So the main task of Nikto is to find vulnerability on web servers and websites. This is the main job. So it's specialized for website and web servers, not like, for example, other vulnerability scanner like OpenVAS, Nessus, and so on. They are more general, but this one, no, it's more specific. So it's only used for website vulnerability and to find what kind of attacks can happen to this website, like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and so on. Those kind of attacks can happen only on website. So Nikto is already come pre-installed with Linux. Where to find it? Just go here, click here, sorry, on here, and then you go to vulnerability analysis, and then beside NMAP there is Nikto. Okay, so you can access from here or from the terminal, as we usual and I like to do, from a terminal. It has we just like how we used NMAP and I used SQLMAP. Nikto, it's also command based, and it has options, and each option do specific task. So let me just go to root privilege, and then to start right Necto, let's use help to see here you go. So this most command says display is to turn on and off display output. DB check to check vulnerability, like for database and so this kind of things. This is like like format to save file format /o to save the output, and you could save the format, could be TXT and any type of format. Help, as we just used. Host, we have to specify host that we will scan, and then ID, and then also plugins to find plugins vulnerabilities, and then output to output your scan or your result to specific file, or you want to save them, which is very important, like as an ethical hacker, to save your result on outside file, so you're gonna have accurate result. This is what happened, this is scan, and that's what the output. Also SSL port, if you want to specify specific port, time, update, version, and so on. So there are a lot of commands we can use, and we're going to use some of them when we launch our first Necto scan. As we said earlier, Necto is basically used for web based or website, web server scanning. It's not general or general purpose scanner. So it can scan over 6,700 vulnerabilities or dangers, files or programs, and so on. It's very useful and very important to know as an ethical hacker to use it. Okay, so this is enough, and next lecture we will start run some scan with Necto. Thank you for watching.
Hello again. Network basics. Networking has a lot of information and it's broad range of information. If you want to have deep learning about networking or networks, you should take courses related to networking. But there are some network basics or network concept. You should be familiar with them for this course. In case you don't know them, I'm here to explain them to you. For example, you should know what is the IP address, and what is the MAC address, what is the DSCP, what is the DNS and NAT, switch, router, and so on. So those basic concepts, I will explain them here just to be familiar with them for this course. So when the term of IP address or MAC address or DNS come in any network attacks or cybersecurity attacks, you should understand what is the DNS or what is the MAC address. So I'm gonna explain them here, and I hope they're gonna be clear for you in case you don't know them. Let's start. So each device that connected to network, either locally or globally, like in the local network, home network, or to the internet, it comes with two addresses. The first address called MAC address, which is our physical address, and fixed address. The other address, it's called IP address, or logical address, and changeable address. What I mean by physical and fixed means, like, each device from the manufacturing, when they made it, they built in the MAC address with the network interface card, and this MAC address cannot be changed physically.
So wherever you are, if you are at home network or if you are at work, any other place, you will have the same MAC address. While the IP address, no, it is a logical address and changeable address. What we mean by changeable means like if you are at home, you will have IP address different than if you are at work or you are at other place. So depends on which network you are connected to, you will get IP address. But the MAC address for you, for your computer, for your cell phone, for your smartphone, iPad, anything, it will be the same wherever you are. So MAC address is uniquely identify each device, and it comes from the manufacturer. And the devices that are located in the same broadcast domain or same area network, and they communicate between each other using MAC address. In case one of the device on the network does not know the MAC address of other device, they will use technique to get the MAC address from the IP address of the device with the protocol called ARP, or Address Resolution Protocol. But generally, devices in the same network or the same broadcast domain, they communicate between each other using MAC address. And the device that play the role to forward or switch packets between devices on the same network or same broadcast domain, it's called a switch. So a switch play this role and manage the communication between devices in the same broadcast domain using the MAC address. So if the device E won't communicate with device D, it will send the request. It will go first to the switch here, and the switch will have the MAC addresses table for each device and then do the forwarding process between the devices. However, if device D want to communicate with device C, so in this case the switch cannot do this job and MAC address will not be enough. That's why the IP address will come here and the router. So device D will communicate with device C using IP address and router. Router is layer 3 switch device, and the main job is to forward packets between devices that are located in different networks or different geolocation area, or they are not the same network anyway. So the router will forward packet between those devices, and the communication at this level will use the IP address, not the MAC address. So now we understand what's IP address. It's a logical address, changeable, depends on where you are, and devices that are located in different networks, they need to use MAC address to communicate. So if you want to connect to the internet, your address will be your IP address. But if you are in the local area network or your home network, the MAC address will be okay to communicate with other device and the same network or at your home network. And the switch will do the job for communication using MAC address. Router will do the job for communication using IP address and devices that are located in different network. Nowadays the device come like the same box has switch function and router function. It used to be like switch. Nowadays some devices they still only switch and some devices only router, but most of the new modern devices, they come with the same box where they do router function and switch function. We understand that the MAC address come from the manufacturing, where when they made each device, they built in the MAC address for network interface card or Wi-Fi card. That's how each device get their MAC address. But how each device get their IP address? So there are two ways for each device to get their IP address, or it is IP address. The first one, or the first way, called static IP addressing, or manually entering the IP address or give the device IP address, which is okay if you have 2 or 3 devices to do it. But if it's not going to be easy if you have 1,000 devices on your network. Of course, you're going to have some errors, some conflicts with the IP addresses, and so on. So the other way, it's called dynamic IP addressing. The first one, we said static IP addressing, which manually entering the IP address or give IP address for each device, while the other one, dynamically give the IP address for each device. Which service can give us this function? It's called the DHCP, which stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. DHCP will automatically or dynamically assign or give IP addresses for the devices in the network. This is how each device get their IP addresses. The DHCP will do this job, and it depends on where you are, you will get different IP address. The other term I want to explain to you, it's the DNS. We understand that device D want to communicate over the network or over internet with device C. They should use the IP address. And let's assume the device D want to connect to the web server here. They have to use their IP address, right? So it is not easy for people to memorize numbers. So each time when I visit Google, they have to write the IP address of Google. If they want to go Facebook, they have to write IP address of Facebook. If they want to go to any other web page, they have to write. So to solve this problem, the DNS come here to play this role. DNS will transfer the number or the IP address to the name or the host name, and the host name back to the IP address. So in case device D want to visit google.com, they will write in their browser www.google.com and send the request. The request does not go all the way to the destination. It will go first to the DNS. DNS will transfer google.com to the IP address of the web server and send the request. The request of the web server will get processed, and then the web server will send it back not to the client, to the DNS. DNS will do the reverse operation by transferring back the name or to the IP address to the name and send to the destination. This is the job of the DNS. NAT. Let me explain to you something before we go ahead with NAT. Each device on the local network, they get IP address, or they call the private IP addresses, which mean they are not routable or cannot be connect to the internet. And the private IP address, if they go to the internet, they need to be public IP address. So the NAT here will play this role by transferring not routable IP address or local IP address or private IP addresses to the public IP addresses and routable IP addresses on the internet. This is the job of the NAT, which stands for Network Address Translation. Translate the public IP address to the private IP address and a private IP address to the public IP address. NAT, it's also firewall. So your device IP on the public network is not the same as is in the private network. Yeah, so the range of the private IP addresses or not routable IP addresses like this. This is 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. So anytime you see IP address within this range, this is private IP address, no routable IP address. Second range is 172.16.0.0 all the way to 172.31.255.255. The other range is 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255. Anytime you see IP address within those ranges, it means a private IP address, not routable. NAT will translate those IP addresses to public IP addresses and routable on the internet. I will stop for now, and then I will continue with the next lesson with network basics in the next lesson. Again, we continue with network basics. So far we get what is the IP address, what is the MAC address, what is the DHCP, DNS, NAT, how the communication happen if devices in the same network, and what address they are used. For example, MAC address, if they are the same broadcast domain, switch they do the job for manage the communication between devices and the same broadcast domain. But if the device is located on different networks, they have to use router, and I have to use the IP address. And DHCP will give IP address dynamically or automatically for the devices. DNS transfer between hostname and IP address and IP address to hostname. NAT transfer between private non-routable IP addresses to public routable IP addresses, and so on. Other term that or concept that I want to explain it to you is port numbers. There are 65,535 ports on computer networks. Before I go ahead with port number, I'm going to explain some term for you to make it easy or to make the picture clear. So for example, if I go to the building apartment here, and the building apartment address is 1202 Main Street. I'll get to this building apartment, but I want to go to specific apartment inside this building apartment. So I will go, for example, to apartment 505 or 303. So I will have two numbers. The first number is the main building address number, which is 1202 Main Street. But also I need to go further with more information about which apartment inside the building, right? Could be like a 200 apartment building, right? So in this case, I will need to specify the apartment number in addition to the main address number. So if I want to go to apartment 404, I know that I'm going to a building apartment 1202 apartment 404. So I have to specify the apartment number. The same situation here in the computer communication or network communication. We have this server, it has this IP address. If I want to get to this server, I will get connected to the IP address. But if I want a specific service from the server, I have to know the port number of this service. So for example, this server here has a lot of services. For example, HTTP services, which is web browsing services, FTP file transfer protocol, mail service, DNS service, DHCP service. Each service has its own port number. So for example, port 80 for HTTP, port 20 or 21 for file transfer protocol, port 53 for domain name system, DNS, and so on for port like network time protocol, NTP, port 123, secure shell, SSH, port 22. So each service has its port number. There are standard port number, which is the one that I just said them to you, and there are non-standard port numbers, like random numbers, right? So this is the main idea of ports, and that's why we need ports, because IP address is not enough to get to the specific service. So for example, if I'm here, I want to browse I want to get a web page here, I have to use the HTTP. In this case, I'm using port 80 in addition to the IP address of the web page, right? Same thing for the DNS, same thing for the email, sorry. Same thing for the FTP, and so on. So in addition to IP address, there are port numbers, and there are services. They have their own port numbers, which called standard port numbers, and there are non-standard port numbers, and so on. So I hope the idea of port numbers is clear now. And thank you for watching. See you again. Hello, I'm gonna continue explaining some network basics. I want to show you something on Kali machine here. So if I go to terminal here, I write fconfig. I'm gonna write it here for you. Fconfig. I will get information about here is my IP address, and this is my net mask, and this is my MAC address. So this is the addresses I have it. This is the IP address, where this IP address is gonna be different depends on where I am. So if I'm at home, maybe this one. If I'm at university, will be different. Different network will be different. But this one, no, it's gonna be stick the same, and it's not gonna be changeable physically. And I uniquely identify this device. And about this address is private, because start with if you remember, I told you like the private address is one of the ranges, start with the 10.0.0.0 all the way to 10.255.255. So the IP address here is 10.0.2.15. It's a private IP address. This IP address is not routable. And if you want to know your IP address, just go Google and write what is my IP address, IP, and then the result, it will come back with your routable IP address that on the internet. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it for privacy thing. I don't want to show my IP address, but yeah, you could just write the same thing, and then you will get your IP address. What else about the DHCP? I said that each network will get the IP address dynamically. The DNS. So if I'm writing google.com here, or Facebook or YouTube, I'm taking advantage of DNS to transfer this name for me to the IP address. So if no, there is no DNS, I will write the IP address of each one: YouTube, Facebook, Reddit, Wikipedia, and so on. So DNS make it easy, because for people, for us as a people, it's easy to know the things by the name than numbers. That's what the DNS. And what else? The NAT, I explained it. DNS and DHCP. What else? Logical IP address, which is the IP address, which is logical address, and physical, the MAC address. Switch is layer 2 device, connect devices using the MAC addresses, and router is layer 3 devices using IP address to forward packet between devices or networks, or devices that located in different networks. Yeah, just to show you here. In the next lecture, we're gonna explain some system commands that you should be familiar with them for this course. And this course will go step by step for each attack. It will be very easy to understand. I will assume that you have no knowledge about anything, so you will be okay to get enough information, because I will go step by step in a very simple way. Hello, in this lesson I'm going to show you how to download VMware to set up your lab environment to practice all the attacks in a safe and legal environment. There are two environments. If you want to use them, like I'm going to download both of them, the VMware and VirtualBox. So in this lesson I'm going to show you how to download VMware. Just go Google, write VMware player download, and then you go to the first one, download VMware workstation. They have 16 now, so try workstation 16 player for Windows or for Linux. Depends on your situation. So you just click download now. It will start downloading. It's not gonna take time. Yeah. So we're gonna need either workstation VMware or virtual box. Depends on whatever you like. And after we complete downloading this one, we're gonna download virtual, like a Kali machine, Kali Linux, to be in our attacker machine, and we're gonna download a Windows machine or make it a vulnerable Windows machine, and then we need to vulnerable web application. We're gonna find it on Metasploitable 2 with that comes with the dumb vulnerable web application. Downloading VMware workstation player is very easy, just like any other program, with the next steps and so on. So it's almost finishing here. When in Windows, the virtual place for downloads file will go to downloads folder, and here it will ask you if you want to open the file after finish. Yeah, so just click open file. It will start the installation wizard to open now, and ask as question about license agreement and so on, same any other program. So it will, if you want to allow this app to make change, yeah, yes, and then now starting. So yeah, welcome, setup wizard. Next. Yeah, you read the license agreement. Now we are fine. Next. So what it will ask here, the place of the program. You want to change the directory here, and also to enhance a keyboard driver report will require, like restart the computer after installation. I will say yes, and then next. Check product, yeah, next. Now it will create shortcut for a desktop. If you don't want to on desktop, just unclick it or uncheck it, and if you want desktop, just check it. And on the start menu, the same thing. Then you click next, and then install. I'm gonna end before I will click install, then I will end the lesson here now. Hello again. In this lesson I'm gonna show you how to get your virtual box as a virtual environment. It works fine, just like VMware. And to get it, just go Google, and it is designed by or made by Oracle. So you just write VirtualBox on Google. It will take you to the page. This is the Oracle VMware page, and then this is the last version so far, VirtualBox 6.1. Click on it, and then it will ask you which host you have, Linux, Windows. So we have Windows. Click on Windows. It will start downloading the file or the program, and then after that we install it in our machine. Here, if you want to get all extension or supported to support all the platform, which you can use it. You can use USB devices with the VirtualBox, just like use it on your own machine and so on. Download them after we finish this one. Yeah, and then after we download the VirtualBox, whatever we downloaded before, like Kali, Windows, Ubuntu, they don't work with this one because they were specified only for VMware, if you remember. So if you want to get Kali, you have to go to the same step, download, but this time don't choose VMware, choose VirtualBox. Windows, the same thing. When you go to Microsoft OVI files and download, this time choose a VirtualBox. And the same thing for Ubuntu and so on. So, but I'm just showing you how to download the VirtualBox here. And the steps is almost the same with the virtual VMware. You just need to import the machine, double click on it. It will all automatically open with the VirtualBox because it's specifically designed to be a VirtualBox. Click this one here. Oh, sorry. What happened here? Yeah, I have download the file. If I go to downloads, it's supposed to be here. Yeah, this one here. So click on it. It will install, start install that. It will open the installation wizard. So yeah, next. No problem. Next. Just gonna close this one here. Create shortcut desktop. No problem. Next. Yeah, just like any other program. Just like when the same thing we did. So it will ask you, okay, do you want to allow this? Yeah, no problem. Finish. Here you go. So now it's open. We don't have any machine. If we want to create machine, you do new. You want to add, import, or export. You could export virtual machine. So we don't have anything right now. Works with the VirtualBox, but we could download anything we want. So for example, if I go to Kali, sorry, Kali VirtualBox, Kali Linux for VirtualBox. You just Google it and it will say download. If I go to here, so same thing, will ask if you want an image. You go to offensive security, and then from here, remember last time we got a VMware, but this time we have to get Kali Linux for what they call VirtualBox here. Click on this one. So here you go. This is VirtualBox 2021 Kali 64-bit, and you click on it, start downloading, and then after finish here, we should be okay to open it with VirtualBox. I will do it for you, and then you do the rest. It's very simple. It looked like it take a little bit time here, so I will stop the recording and come back after finish downloading this one. And then we import it to VirtualBox, and then you could do the rest with Windows, with the Metasploitable 2 and Ubuntu. Here we go. We finished downloading Kali for VMware, for VirtualBox, sorry. So if I go to downloads, and then I will find it here, and then open it or open with, and then I go to VirtualBox Manager, or I just import it from I go to VirtualBox and then say import file, download. You will see this one, open, and then next. Now you see the setting for your machine. You want to keep it as is, included only on NAT network adapter, and then import it. Say agree. Now we are importing the Kali machine, Kali image for a VirtualBox. It's not gonna take time. Then after that we should be ready for running Kali on a VirtualBox. Could do the same step for same steps for Windows and Metasploitable and Ubuntu. If you like to use a virtual box as a lab environment, or you just want to continue with a VMware. I showed you both of them so to give you more flexibility with options, whatever you like. And if your computer feels good with VirtualBox, then so here is Kali. Come here. If I just click on it, and then if I want to start it, just if you remember, VMware was play, now started, the same thing, and it will yeah, now it's running. Starting Kali. Yeah, password, username Kali, and password Kali. Login. Yeah, here we are. And Kali, no problem. If I go to command terminal, fconfig, fit enter. See the IP address this time. (172.0.0.1) at mask. Sorry, no, this is the local host. This is the IP address for a new network. If you remember, VMware took different 192.168, but this one took 10.0.2.15. No problem. Yeah, this is Kali. Do the same thing with Windows and Metasploitable and so on. Yeah, thank you for watching. Welcome again. In this lesson, I'm gonna show you how to download Kali Linux image for VMware. We finished downloading VMware and install it here. So now it's very easy. Just go Google and then write Kali for VMware. This one. The first one is called Kali.org downloads page. Click on it. So this page, they're gonna transfer us to offensive security page because most of the things they have for installer. So we are looking for VMware. They have here, so download virtual machines for VMware and VirtualBox. You go to offensive security page, click here, and then this is the offensive security for virtual images for Kali. This for VMware 64-bit and this for 32-bit, depends on your operation system. And the most recent version 2021, and this one for VirtualBox images. So here for Kali, for VMware, sorry. So we want this one. Just click on it and then start download. I'm gonna pause the recording until finish downloading because it takes a long time, as you see here. Welcome again. Now the download is finished. So the virtual place for any downloads, go to download folder here in Windows machine. So we have it here. So to right click in it and then unzip, unzip. It depends on your whatever, maybe WinRAR, unzip, 7-zip, and so on. So I have here the 1-zip, so unzipped here, version, and then it will also taking time, a little bit time here, not just like the download. And then after that we will have the Kali Linux image for VMware, and then we install it. After that we're gonna go get Windows image, and also for Metasploitable 2 I'm gonna give you the links for Metasploitable 2, and I will show you how you get the Windows. It's very easy, just like what we get here in virtual machine, VMware workstation and Kali image. So we're still extracting the Kali Linux image, MD64. This is image. This is always the extension for virtual image, VMDK, for your information. Almost finished. To open your VMware player, just double click on it. Now we have it. It's empty. All the virtual machines gonna be here. So either we open a virtual machine or create a new one. I'm gonna minimize this one now until this one is finished. Almost done. Yep, done. So open the folder, and you see here, if you all this information here, just leave it as is. I want you to go to this one. It says Kali, like as you see here, the 3 squares, Kali Linux VMware. If you double click on it, it will open it with the VMware workstation, and you said copy it or move it. So we're gonna move it to the VMware workstation player. Just get move it. Now it's gonna start installing Kali machine. So we download and install, yes. So it says software update, download and install VMware tool. Okay, I'll tell, just remind me later. So now it's still installing. So we are moving the image to VMware workstation. So yeah, now the default username and password for any Kali machine, root ROOT, and the password tour, the opposite word. You start with a T and then OOR, and then login. Happen here, look like the wrong password. Let's try it again. Tour. Sorry, it looked like the default username and password for Kali 21 has been changed. 2021 has been changed, and we're gonna try username Kali and password also Kali, and login. Yeah. So yeah, the old versions start with root and tour, but the 2021 version Kali. So this is the word Kali, username Kali as a password. So here we go. We are on Kali right now. this is the terminal. Could write anything. Config. Here's your IP address, information. So list. Here we are. BWD directory. That's where we are. It's nice environment. Yeah. So, but I'm just gonna notice. I put some notes here. In my lab, I did most of the labs in different version of Kali, but it's not gonna be different. It's all the same. All the same commands, but here just a nice look. It's better than better than the one that I bought it or I use it in my lab. Yeah, so this is Kali. The other one was just root or tour, but this one just named Kali. Okay. Hello again. We're gonna just explore our Kali machine. It looks like nice looking, better than the one I have in my lab. Yeah, and if you go here, you see all the tools. You have it. Penetration tools, attacking tools, information gathering, Multigo, NMAP, reconnaissance, and so on. If you have vulnerability analysis tool, NICTO for web application vulnerability management, NMAP, voice over IP tools, web application analysis, Burp Suite, COMEX, SQLMAP, database assessment tool, password attacks tool, wireless attacks tool, reverse engineering tool, exploitation tools. We're gonna use social engineering in our social engineering attack, sniffing, spoofing. We're gonna use ettercap one for man and middle attacks and so on. Post exploitation tools. And very nice. Here we are. If you want to open folder for the directories, either you open them in the terminal or here. Like if I want to go, that's where the directory. In my lab here is called root. Here it's home and Kali. So if I want to go to var, and then click enter, will take me to the var, and I will go to www where we store the web pages, HTML, and if you want to see the directory, just click here. You will see, here we are. Nice. Close this one, and this is the terminal. Ifconfig. You will see your IB, so on. This one, if you want to open here, this is the web browser. The default browser for Kali is Firefox, Mozilla. Yeah, Wikipedia, so on. Yep. What else? Yeah, like if you want to manage your virtual machine setting, either from here or turn it off, and it will go. So I'm gonna turn it off, and then I will show you. I'll shut down, and I will show you where. How do you show you on it? Yeah. So I will show you where we can find it in our. You go here. This is VMware. If you want to open it, here we go. Here is our Kali. If you want to manage the setting or right click and you go setting, and then here you are. If you want to increase the memory for it, you want a hard disk drive virtual 80 gigabyte network adapter. If you want to connect it directly to the physical, don't do that, make it NAT. So you will do it in safe way, or you make it host only, private network shared with the host. So yeah, keep it NAT. Don't go, up to you if you want to connect it directly to the, but I prefer don't do that. Just keep it private like this one to practice all your attacks and safe. Yeah. Okay. If you want to turn on, just play virtual machine or double click here. All the same. So now starting the virtual machine. This is asking me about downloading on some VMware tool required to enable advanced feature of virtual machine. Yeah, you could download it now or remind me later. So I will let them remind me later. I will do it later. Depends on whatever you have in your machine. So yeah, remember here the username password not root tour is going to be Kali. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, this is Kali. Nice. Hello again. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to get Windows for your lab environment. You just go Google and write Microsoft OVA files. So if you want to get Windows 10 virtual machine from this link, or if you want to go to this link, and you can choose different Windows like 7, 8, and so on. For me, I'm going to get Windows 10. And then they will give me options here for which environment you want to use it. VMware, Hyper-V, VirtualBox, Parallels. Hyper-V, just like VMware, but it's made by Microsoft. Anyway, so we have VMware. We're going to choose VMware, click on it, and then the file will start downloading. It will take time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the recording until the file is finish downloading, and then we're gonna continue our recording. So again, the file finished from downloading, and this one here, you just right click and unzip it here. I already unzip it, so it is here, and then double click on it. It will be opened with VMware, just like any other machines we did before, like with Kali, Metasploitable, and Ubuntu. So if you do double click, it will open it automatically with VMware, because it is a VMware machine, or it's designed for VMware. You just go import, and then the file will be run on your environment. I already did it, so I'm not going to do this step because I already imported to the VMware. You just click import, and then it will move by itself just like any other machines. Very easy. I will cancel this step, and then I will go to VMware. As you see here, we have Windows, we have Ubuntu Desktop, we have Kali Linux, and Metasploitable. I'm gonna run Windows here. So far we have 4 machines, 4 virtual machines inside our virtual environment, which is VMware. And then by now our environment is ready to use, but in the next lesson we're gonna do some setting. Basically, we are gonna make Windows more vulnerable machine by turning off some feature in firewalls and Windows Defender. because we want this machine to be vulnerable to launch our attacks, because most of the time the Windows is going to be as a target machine, Kali is going to be mostly as an attacker machine, Metasploitable is going to be our target as web application attacks when we do web application attacks, and also Ubuntu is going to be target, just like Windows. Yeah, here we go. This is Windows. This is your start menu here. Ready? This is your, yeah, just like Windows. So what I'm gonna go, I will go to command prompt. I will see what IP address. If you remember, Kali took 128, like 192.168.86.128, and Metasploitable took 192.168.86.129, and Ubuntu Linux took 130. And let's see, this time we are not going to use fconfig, going to use ipconfig because it's Windows. Enter. Yeah, as you see here, we have this is the IP address. It took 131. There you go. So Windows is ready now to use. In the next lesson, we're going to finish some configuration on Windows and Metasploitable, and we should be ready to go further with our course. Yeah, thank you for watching. Hello again. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to download Metasploitable 2. We are using Metasploitable 2 for web application attacks because it has good tools for that. Mostly the one that called the DEM vulnerable web application. So to download this, you go to Rapid7 page. I'm gonna provide you this link. It's on Rapid7. You just copy it and paste it on your browser. You will be fine to download it. Just paste it here. Enter. So take us to the page where we can download, but it will ask you to register here to download. Just need your information, basic information, then you download it. Here they are telling us about the login information, I believe here. Yeah, here. So they said the username is going to be msfadmin and the password is also msfadmin. We're going to see them on the machine anyway. So I already registered and I already downloaded. So I'm going to go to my download folder. I already have it here. And I already unzip it here. So I'm not going to repeat the steps. It is here. This is the folder. It has a few virtual machines. I believe this one's for VirtualBox and this one for VMware. So we already downloaded VMware and we already moved or downloaded the Kali image for VMware. So this time the turn is for Metasploitable. Either you click on this one here with the 3 square, it will take us to the VMware player environment, or I'm gonna do the other step because we already did this way on Kali machine. So I will show you on the VMware environment. This Kali, if you remember, we just open it, click on the folder, the image, and it come here because it is a VMware image. So to get this image, you open a virtual machine, click here. It is this one because here in the download, and download, and if you click this folder, sorry, you will only see this one which is compatible with the VMware because it's for VMware. You don't see the other copies because they don't work here. Click on it and open. Now we have it. To turn it on, either double click here until play the virtual machine. Now start working. starting up. Very simple steps. There you go, almost there. There you go. So they told us here to log in with MSFadmin, same thing in the page, on the web page. So MSFadmin, enter. Sorry, I have to click here. MSFadmin, and the password the same thing, MSFadmin. Here we go. So if, because it's a Linux machine, is config. Here's the IP address. This one here. This is the IP address. So the IP address in your environment is not going to be the same this one. Anyway, in my lab, the old lab is not the same this one. But here, because I just show you how you download it. So every machine is going to be different IP address. Depends on where you are or what kind of network you have. Anyway, so I'm going to keep this one on. I will see if we can connect with Kali machine. I will minimize it, and then I go to the VMware again. I will turn on Kali. So I have here this Metasploitable 2 running, and I'm waiting for Kali. This Kali. If config. The nice thing with the new copy of Kali, they show you while you're writing the command, they show you all the spelling of it. Oh, so it is not connected. Say sudo apt not found. Did you mean command? Oh, fconfig, yeah. I misspelled it. Fconfig. Yeah, here you go. So here's the IP address of Kali. 192.168.86.128, and if you look for the IP address of Metasploit, it's 192.186.129. So I'm gonna ping Metasploit from here to see if they are connected or reachable. 192.168.86. The other one was 129. Yeah, no problem. So I'm gonna browse it on my browser machine. Perfect. So two machines, they are connected right now on the VMware. I go to web browser. So that's how we get access to Metasploitable 2, because we're gonna use it for web application attacks. So 192.168.86.129. Enter. Here we are. So basically we're gonna use the DVWA dump vulnerable web application, and I believe username is admin and password is password. Don't save it. Here we are. So this is the vulnerable web application. We're gonna do file inclusion attacks, SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, and so on. Yep. Now we finished the second machine. We're gonna need the third one and maybe fourth one, but the third one, of course, gonna be Windows. And we're gonna make it vulnerable too. Yeah, thank you for watching. See you again. Hello, welcome again. One more setting that we need to do in our metasploitable machine to make our lab ready for all kinds of attacks. So you go metasploitable 2, open it. So we need to open a PHP any file to do some change to make our metasploitable machine completely ready for all web application attacks. Are waiting here. Yeah, so login MSF admin and password MSF admin. We are here, so we need to use Nano as a text editor. Nano. We have to use with sudo, sudo, then Nano, and open this extension etc slash php 5 slash cgi slash php.ini. Click enter. So to ask for password, no problem. MSF admin. So we are looking for F open wrappers. Either you go all the way down looking for it, or you just do Control plus W to search. So and then write F open, then hit enter. This one. So if you look here down, we need to change. This one is already on. We need to change the URL include from off to on. And on. Yeah, so Control plus X, it will ask us if you want to save the change. We do Y, which is yes, and then to files, prepare, backup, cancel, Control plus T, and then yeah, to PHP any, and then Control Z plus exit, plus X to exit. Yeah, that's it. So if I go, yeah, if I see this file is been changed from off to on. So this is what I need you to do for your metasploitable machine to make it completely ready. This change, mostly we're gonna need it in attack called remote file inclusion, where it could include a URL and the target web page. If it's off, the machine is not allow us to do this attack, so that's why we need to change it to on. Thank you for watching. See you in the next lesson. Hello, welcome again. One more settings that we need to do to make our lab ready is to change some settings on Windows machine on the VMware. So this machine is going to be our target machine, and we want it just like metasploitable too. We want it to be very vulnerable machine. To do that, we just need to turn off Windows Defender Firewall. You just go here, write Windows on the search here, Windows Defender. You will see it right away, Windows Defender Firewall, and you go to turn Windows Defender Firewall on and off, and you go here, turn off for both of them, and then OK. So now Windows has the Windows Defender and firewall protection is off. And that's what we need because we want it to be very vulnerable. Yeah, this setting for Windows, and other setting we need to do it for metasploitable. So I will turn metasploitable, and then I show you how what other setting that we need to make sure we do it or make it ready for metasploitable machine. Hello, welcome. In this lesson, I will explore with you some system commands that I want you to be familiar with them in our course. So I've turned both both Windows machine and Kali machine from my lab environment that we set it together. So let's try to go to Windows and try using some system commands, and also we use some system commands in Linux. There are a lot of hundreds of commands, right? But some commands I wanted to be familiar with them for this course. So let's start. Sorry. So first command I want you to be familiar with, it's the command that to give you the IP address of your machine or any machine. In Windows we use ipconfig. ipconfig give you information about your IP address of the machine. So after you write it, hit enter. Here you go. You see we got IP version 6 and IP version 4, which is mostly used nowadays. IP version 4. This is the IP address of Windows. Okay, so next command is the same command. I wanted to use ipconfig and then /all. The difference between ipconfig by itself and ipconfig/all, ipconfig/all give us more details information. For example, here we didn't see what's the MAC address or the physical address of the Windows here. With all, we should get this information and more. Hit enter. Here you go. In addition to the to the IP address, we get more information. Like this is the IP address. We get this the MAC address, the physical address, as you see here, and default gateway, the DHCP and DNS, and so on. So more information with /all, less information only with ipconfig. The second command I want you to know is ISOC, what they call it, ASSOC. Let me explain to you exactly what. So most files in Windows are associated with a specific program that is assigned to open the file by default. For example, if I have an image file, it cannot be opened by text editor. It has to be opened with file, like a program to open image. If I have a video file, I cannot open it with a text editor, right? I have to open it with a video player, program to play a video, and so on. So here to list all the files with their associated program to open them, what files we have, and so on. So write ASSOC and then click enter. You will get all the programs or files with their associated program to open them by default on Windows environment. Remember the command again, ASSOC. This one here. The other command I want you to know. So there are more options. For example, with ipconfig. For example, like ipconfig/all to get more details, or ipconfig/renew, like this one, ipconfig/renew. This one I will force a Windows machine to ask for a new IP address, or for like for example, if I have connection problem, like mostly we need this one for troubleshooting. to ask for new IP address or update its IP address from the DHCP server. Remember, DHCP, we explained that used to assign IP address automatically for the devices. I'm not gonna use this command now, but just to show you. Other command I wanted to use called ping. Ping is very useful command to test your network communication, to see if one of your devices is reachable or not, and so on. So basically we are testing if anything or any device or any website is reachable by us, or our device can reach this device. To see this situation or this case, we use a ping command. So for example, I'm gonna ping google.com to see if I can reach Google, or Google reachable by me, right? google.com, and then sorry, right, Google wrong. Then hit enter. So as you see, we get reply back, and explain to you, this is called TTL, which is time to live, the packet, byte, and the disk formation, and this is the IP address of Google, right? Instead of, so the DNS transfer the google.com to the IP address, and IP address back to google.com. Yeah. For example, if I want to ping my Linux in my lab environment to see if it's reachable by me or not, this Kali here. So in Windows we use the ipconfig to get the IP address of the machine, but in Linux we use ifconfig. Ifconfig in Linux give you more details than ipconfig. ipconfig with all / in Windows give you more details, but here just ifconfig give you the MAC address, the IP address, and so on. So the IP address here for Kali is this one, ends with 128. So I will try to ping it by Windows to see if, so ping 192.168.86.128, and then hit enter. Here we are. We'll get reply back, fine, no problem, and the device is reachable. And I will show you if the device is not reachable. So for example, I'm gonna ping the IP address ends with 129, which is the metasploitable 2. I didn't turn on the metasploitable, so the metasploitable is not on, it's not connected to the network, so I'm not supposed to reach it, right? So I will ping it and I will see what the difference. So ping 192.168.86.129. So I will see what the difference. So if it is on, it's going to be the same, this one here, but if it's off, I will see what the difference. Take a little bit time. Here you go, pinging, because I tried to reach the device and we have time to live. If we didn't get it, that's mean there is no service, or the device is out of service, or not connected, or not reachable. So here you go. See, the destination is unreachable. This is that's mean the device is not connected, not alive on the network. This is the second command. Hello again. We continue with system commands. Last command we used was a ping command to test the connectivity of each device that connected to our device, or if it's reachable by our device or not. Another command I want you to try it on Windows, called netstat. Then use it with the /a. So this gives us the connection status, or the connectivity status in our device. We'll see the output as you see here. So for example, we have here a connection to Google, I believe that was Google, the situation is established. That means the connection is perfect and established, so we can send and receive data. This is the use protocol called TCP, and here if you note the UDP. So those protocols is layer 4 protocols. TCP is they give you guaranteed connection, like they establish the connection before transfer data, so they will guarantee the delivering of the packet while or the data, while the UDP, no, the connection list, well, they are not giving you guaranteed if the data is being delivered or not. Anyway, so the IP address here, which is my Windows machine IP address, it assigned with always the source of IP address, it's assigned with random port number, while the destination has to be specific. For example, here the destination with HTTPS, which is the secure version of HTTP, which is transfer data in secure way, which is encrypt all the communication between source and destination. And the port number is 443. They didn't write it because it's standard, well known. And here the HTTP. And here the situation we just listening here. And here the situation is listening, and here is established, and here close or timeout, here close wait. Yeah, this is the netstat command. Other command is I wanted to use called to trace the route or the path between our machine all the way, for example, to Google or any other one if you want to check. So here I'm going to check the path between my device, Windows, here on the virtual environment all the way to google.com. To do that, we use this command called trace ret RT, and then your target or your destination, google.com. If google.com, yeah, or any other, could be google.ca, depends on the country, right? So write google.com. So if you see here, said over maximum 30 hubs, so over 30 routers, for example, or 30 devices. So here the first hub was my gateway, which is last point from my network all the way to the internet, and then maybe we don't get more information because some hubs or some router, they don't want to give information about themselves or their IPs, so we just get requested timed out because we didn't get a reply from them. Anyway, so we have over 30 hubs to get to Google. This is the system command or trace system command. There are hundreds of commands, but for this course this is enough for Windows. Now we go to Kali machine and we try some commands. For Windows you could use another command like shutdown, clear. There's more command. Sorry, another command for Windows is very unnecessary also. Before I go to they are the same both in Linux and Windows, but this I want to let you know before I go. So this command called ARP A to give us the table of MAC addresses and IP addresses of each device that connected to this device, to Windows. So if you hit enter, you will get this information. This is the gateway, and this is the IP address that ends with 128. If you remember, this is our Kali IP address, and this is the MAC address of the Kali machine. Ends with FE96. If I go to Kali here, and write fconfig, I should get config. I should get this. Look, this is the what they call it, the MAC address or physical address of Kali, which is FE96, just like what I saw here, FE96, and so on for others. This is called ARP A. it's important command also. Yeah, that's enough for Windows. Let's go to Kali. No much difference. Like for example, Bing, it's same. Both Kali and Windows, same command. Fconfig instead of ibconfig, and with fconfig you get more details information than ibconfig. With ibconfig you have to use slash for all and to get more details, while here you just need to use fconfig. netstat /a the same way, different connected were here called connected, and Windows were established, but same result, same output about the device connectivity, which port for where it connected, if it's established or connected or not, and so on. For netstat, very important. Netstat is very important. Like if there is suspicious activity or your device giving, for example, a reverse shell or backdoor connected to someone attacking you, you will see the connection from here, from netstat, right? You'll see, oh, this is, for example, on this port. This is not, for example, this is not a regular connection on this port. For example, you know that browsing is usually on port 80 or 443, sorry, if it's connected but giving different surface on port 80 or port 443, you will be asking yourself why, and make sure if it's good or bad connection. So netstat is very important command. Other command, arb-a, the same thing, or which is giving as the called the MAC address table. As you see the output here, this is the Windows machine. This is the IP address for the MAC address for Windows machine. It's also arb-a, the same thing. Bing, we say the same. Hello, we continue with the system commands. I know we took long, but they are essential for you for this course. And if you want more information about system commands, you can find a lot of information on Google. There's good information on YouTube too. But for this course, you don't need much than what I already told you about it so far. But if I didn't mention anything about any system command when it comes to the attacks, I will let you know about it, of course. What else I want to show you here? For example, if you want to know your gateway, you just use this command called root. Hit enter, you will get the gateway. Linux has a lot of commands, like for example, ls to list all the file and directory, bwd to get your directory. Another thing I want to tell you about it is that Kali come with a web service or web server called Apache 2. We're gonna need this web server to do some attacks. So to start Apache 2 server on Kali, we just write surface Apache 2 start. I'm telling you about them here because when we write this, for example, if I tell you I'm gonna start web server on Kali, you will know how to start it or what we mean by Apache 2. Apache 2, a web server on Kali. So yeah, hit enter. It will ask us for Kali for password. You write Kali 2. Here we are. So the web server is started, And if you have a web page, you wanna browse it, you always put it in this directory. You go var www, and then you put your page that you want to be accessed to public, whatever. So you get var, hit enter, www html, and then you put your page here. So here is the page. This is the indexed. If you see it here, it's for Apache, for Kali. What else? Yeah, for Kali, if you want to update, always update or upgrade your system, you just write this command apt get and then update. And you hit enter, it will update your machine. Reading back is done. Service open permission. Okay, maybe you need write sudo. Sudo, it's to get the higher apt, the highest permission. Apt-get update Kali. See, the first time didn't give us a right to run this command because we didn't run it as a sudo. Sudo mean you get the highest permission or the highest privilege on the system, or administrator right. This we updating our machine. And the other command called apt-get upgrade. Also, we have to write with sudo to get the highest permission. Sudo apt-get, this time upgrade, to keep your Kali Linux up to date with all information, because it's been updated regularly. Upgrade, and then you hit enter, and then it tell you want to continue. Say yes. Yeah, this is all the system commands I wanted to know before we start our attacks. Yeah, that's all. If some command you can't run them, use sudo. Sudo is always give you the highest permission, like to run anything on Linux. Yeah, I think that's enough for now, and thank you for watching. See you again with the different lesson.
Hello and welcome to this lesson with introduction to NMAP and what is NMAP exactly and how does it work. Before we go ahead, we see the basics of NMAP and a sample picture of how NMAP works. We have to know the TCP three-way handshake. So TCP is a network protocol, and is a way used to establish connection between two entities, client and server. And this has happened when a client tried to request a service from a server. So we must know how TCP three-way handshake works in order to understand how the basics of NMAP or how NMAP work. So what is TCP handshake? So TCP handshake is to establish a reliable connection between client and server, and this this connection is a full duplex. What full duplex mean? The connection will go in both ways. So if the connection established, it will be two ways, from here to here and back from here to here. So the connection will be in full duplex, and both sides synchronize and acknowledge each other. So for example, if this client wants to request a service from the server, and could be any service, so any service use TCP protocol, because we know there are TCP and UDP protocol, right? And we're gonna see all of them in NMAP, how we can use TCP scan with NMAP and UDP map and NMAP and so on. But the difference between TCP protocol and UDP protocol, TCP is establish a reliable connection, while UDP not guaranteed the delivery, while the TCP will guarantee the delivery. How TCP basically works, it works like this. So the client want to request a service from the server, could be, for example, if you want to request HTTP service, web service, could be on port 80 or FTP on port 25 and so on. So so the client will send a SYN packet to the server. If the service is available and the port open at the server here, the server will send SYN-ACK packet to the client. As soon as the client receives the SYN-ACK packet, it will send acknowledge. It's mean okay, done. And then when the acknowledge packet arrives to the server, the established will be connection. The connection will be established. As we can see, we see is in two ways. So the connection will go from this side to the side and from this side to the side until they finish whatever they want. This is just like a simple idea of TCP protocol or three-way handshake. Why we need that? Because NMAP take advantage of three-way handshake in order to discover networks and find ports, surfaces, and so on, as we're gonna see through the our lessons with NMAP. So this is basics of three-way handshake. SYN packet going from client to server, and server will send SYN-ACK packet, and then a client will acknowledge this packet, and then the established will be connected. Called be three-way handshake. Okay, so let's see how NMAP works exactly and take advantage of this TCP connection or three-way handshake. So for example, we have this source and destination. So the source will try send SYN packet to the server, and if the port or the surface, if the port open or the surface available, the destination or the server will send SYN-ACK, as we saw in a three-way handshake. And then what the client do in case of the port open in NMAP, it will send acknowledge and right away send REST-ACK to close the connection, because the goal here is just to find out if the port is open. Okay, because in scanning we are doing reconnaissance, discovering stuff, right? So as long as this source have an idea from this SYN-ACK that this port is open or this surface is available on this side, it will send the acknowledge and then close the connection. That's it. The main goal here is just to find out the connection or the port is open and the surface is available. What will happen in case of the source, like the port is closed or and so on? So here, so the same procedure, the client or the source will send SYN packet to the destination, and if the port closed, the destination or the server will send REST-ACK, because the surface is not available or the port is actually closed. So in this case, the client or the source will have idea that the service that has been requested is not available or the port is closed. Okay, so this is just simple idea, very basic idea of about three-way handshake and how NMAP take advantage of three-way handshake to know that if the port is open or closed and so on. During the course, while we are learning NMAP, so we're going to learn all those stuff about service available, open port, closed port by a practical way, and then you will have very clear idea. But here I just want to bring up that how TCP three-way handshake works and how the NMAP take advantage of this three-way handshakes and get to know that if the port is open or closed. Also, there is UDP scan and there is more scans going. We will know and learn each one of them in details and in a practical way during our lessons. So thank you for watching and see you again in the next lesson. Hello, welcome again with another lesson of NMAP and SQLMAP for ethical hackers. Today lesson, or in this lesson, we will see how can fingerprinting operating system and services running on a target host by using NMAP. It's gonna be very simple. So you should have like all your machines open, like your Kali attacker machine or Metasploitable as a vulnerable machine, and also your Windows machine. So in Kali Linux, you open the command. As we know that NMAP, it's already there. It's come with Kali Linux. It's pre-installed, so you don't have to install it or do anything. You just use it. So I'm gonna go to the root privilege here in my Kali Linux, sudo su, and then password is Kali. Now I'm in the root privilege. So I will use NMAP scan in order to fingerprint operating system and services running on a target host. So you could scan anything you want. You want to scan website, you want to scan, if you know the IP address, you can scan the IP address, anything. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna scan our Metasploitable 2, and as we know the IP address of Metasploitable 2 is let me just open it here. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so here if you write fconfig, you should get the IP address here 192.168.239.129. This is the IP address of Metasploitable 2. Also on Windows machine, we could find the IP address by going to the commands prompt here. Slow. Okay, so here we write command prompt. There we go, and then we can find out the IP address of our Windows machine is by writing ipconfig. In Kali and Linux we use, as we know that we use fconfig. In Windows machine we use sorry, what's going on here? IB config. So you should get, this is the IP address 192.168.239.130. Sorry for the delay. Anyway, so we go back to our Kali machine, and we are on the root privilege here. So we just write NMAP, and then we will fingerprint the operating system and services running on the target service or target host. So what we will use, we will write NMAP, and then so what we want to do, small s capital V, and then you put your destination or the target host. So I'm targeting my Metasploitable 2, so 192.168.239.129, and click enter. So now we are scanning, and we're supposed to see all the surfaces with open ports, of course, and on the Metasploitable 2. As we're gonna see here, we got that Metasploitable 2 here with all the surfaces open, and of course Metasploitable 2 is very vulnerable machine, and easy to know that. So in case there is a firewall and protecting us from accessing those services, the result will be like all ports are filtered. Word filtered means there is a firewall preventing us from accessing or knowing the cases of the port, but we still can't find out this is alive or this system is alive. For example, I'm gonna scan right now for Windows, and if Windows is not there, so if we're gonna get something different. But if it's alive and if it's available, but because there is a firewall, so the result will be okay, this is like all ports are filtered, right? So also write NMAP. Sorry, let me go again to the privilege, sudo su, and then Kali here. So write NMAP SV, and then I'll write the IP address of Windows 192.168.239.130. Sorry, I wrote 13, it's supposed to be 130. However, so there is no host. Maybe this mistake will help us to discover something else. So there is no host called .13. So what it says here, host seems to be down, okay, because actually we don't have like 192.168.239.13, so we don't have any IP address like this. So the NMAP couldn't find it, so host seems to be down. If it's really up, but blocking our Bing props, right? So try something else with NMAP. So there is no actually there is no IP address with 239.13. So I will try NMAP with SV again, like surface version 192.168.239.130. So now we have 130, which is the Windows machine, right? So let's see what is the result. So we didn't have 13, so the NMAP couldn't find the system on the network, right? So it's not alive. So here Windows will block us from accessing the ports, but it's not gonna say the system or the host seems down because the host is alive, right? So we will get something else. So look at the result. So we got host alive, but we couldn't get further and get more information. So all 1,000 scanned ports on 192.68.239.130 are filtered. This means there are firewall protecting or preventing us
from accessing those ports. So see the difference between the host 192.168.239.13. It's not there, so NMAP told that the system or the host down. While if the system is alive, just like Windows, it's there, but it's filtered by firewall, so we cannot get access all the ports. So for example, I will right now try to do NMAP with you for vulnerable web application or vulnerable website. We're gonna use the same thing, SV, and then we're gonna write this web test PHP. This vulnerable web application is designed for testing purposes and learning purposes. So vulnweb.com. Okay, so here what we will see, this is another, so if all ports are filtered, we know this website is alive, test.php vulnerable web application.com. So now we are doing NMAP scanning for this vulnerable web application or website, and it is vulnerable. Actually, it has ports. We're supposed to get some ports open and some ports are filtered. So as you see the result, so here it says 996 are filtered ports, but also we have open ports. So we have TCP port 21 open, we have port 80 open, we have 554 open, and so on. So also you could try NMAP with the scanme.nmap.org if you want to learn more about NMAP. So this is for fingerprinting operating system and service running. So for example, also you can, if you want to find the operating system, just the operating system without much service running, the version. So we just write use this /o, which means for operating system. So NMAP with a capital O. So you could say scanme.nmap.org or your vulnerable web application 192.168.239.129. So we're supposed to get the system, the version of the operating system. So the operating system detection performed. So let's see what operating system. So the operating system here, it says Linux kernel 2.6. Okay, and one host, the network distance is 1 hop because it's very close. We are close to each other in our lab, in our virtual lab. So yeah, this is a very basic fingerprinting for operating system and services running on a target host. So those services all open ports, they are open, so we can make connection, send and receive stuff from this services available on this host. And yeah, so thank you, and see you again with another lesson about NMAP. Hello and welcome with another lesson, NMAP and SQLMAP for ethical hackers. And in this lesson we will do hosts discovering with the TCP SYN Bing scans. So we said that earlier, NMAP actually take advantage of the three-way handshake to find out the host exists or the port available and so on. And we said the three-way handshake, the client will send SYN packet to the server will acknowledge by SYN acknowledgement, and then when the client receives the SYN ACK will send acknowledgement, and then this connection will be established. In case the destination or the port is open, in NMAP case, the source will send SYN packet to the destination. When the destination sends SYN ACK, the source will send ACK and close the connection right away, because the purpose is just to discover if this system exists
or if it's available or it's alive. And in case the port is closed or non-available, when you send SYN ACK, the destination will reply back with REST ACK, and then the source will understand there is no connection, or there is no port available, or the system is not, or the host is not alive. So what we will do here, we will do NMAP, we will send SYN packet scanning for the general address of the network, okay? And then we will try to find how many hosts there, right? For example, I know that I have Metasploitable 2 here, and let's assume that I don't know there is a Windows here, right? So I will do a way where I try to find as many hosts as I can in the network that I'm scanning. So how can we do that? It's very simple. We're gonna use TCP SYN Bing scan. How we do that? I'm trying to get the root privilege here, as usual. With every time I run my Kali, and then we write NMAP, and then we write SYN, and then ping scan. P and S, both of them has to be a capital letter, and then we write the IP address 192.168.239. This time I'm not gonna target a specific IP address, specific host. I will put the gateway or the router IP address, and then I end up with a 24. This means I will see how many hosts available in the network of 192.168.239.1. So this is the routable IP address, or the router IP address, or the gateway IP address, and then /24 to see as many as we can host if they are available, or at least they are alive right now. So let's click enter and see what we will get and how many hosts available there. So look here what I will get. So this is my routable, like the gateway. So it says host is up for the VMware. We got 239.2. This is one. And then here 129, if you remember, this is the IP address of the machine, the Metasploitable 2. Okay. And this one 130, if you remember, this one is for the Windows, and this one is up also for the VMware 2, and this one is 128 is up. This is actually my own Kali IP address, this one that I'm doing a scan. So how many hosts so far from this network? We got 6 hosts up. Okay, so now if I want to target any one of them, so I have the IP address, right? Before, let's assume that I don't know. I just know the router IP address or the gateway. So now I went deeper, and then I looked whatever host available. Okay, so the response, it only comes from the hosts that are alive right now. They are alive right now. So if any one of them, they are not online, or they are not on, actually, we are not going to get response. Okay, and if we know them, like specifically when we target them, still the NMAP will tell us this host is down, because as long as the system or the host is not on or not connected to the net, we are not going to get response. Okay, so this is how we can do hosts, or many hosts, or many devices discovering by using TCP SYN Bing scan with NMAP. So thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome again at another lesson. In this lesson we will do discovering hosts with the UDP Bing scan. Last time we tried with the TCP Bing scans, and
UDP and TCP, both of them transport layer protocols, and the difference between TCP, the TCP will establish the connection before send any packet or transfer any data. So it's called reliable connection. While UDP, no, it's not going to establish connection before send the packet. It will send packet with the best effort delivery and not guaranteed that the packet will be delivered to the destination. So the same idea, we could use sometime like cannot accomplish your discovering with the TCP scan. You could do it with UDP ping scan, because UDP is different. It's not going to establish connection, three-way handshake, right? So just send one direction. So how to discover host using UDP? It's simple, same procedure with the NMAP. Okay, so here Kali, okay, and then NMAP, and then SN, and then slash capital PUDB for UDP, and then for the whole network, just like what we did with the TCP ping scan. This is called UDP ping scan, and as we said, we got the same result. How many hosts are alive and available right now within this network that we just scanned? Let me do it with this website. Just let me see. NMAP SN PU, and then I will put test PHP dot web.com. Okay, so and let's see what we will get. How much? It's supposed to be one host, right? Because it's only one website. So one IP address. So it says the host seems down. Okay, so it doesn't have any UDP connection. Okay, back. So if I try it with the other scan with a TCP connection, let's see. NMAP SN, and then the TCP scan. And then I will put test PHP dot web.com. So okay, so now it will respond for us for the protocol that they are using TCP. Seems like that. DNS record and give us one host, one IP address, one host alive. While with the UDP, it does not respond for us, right? So different techniques, different scan is very useful. In case one of them doesn't work, you try other side, and the other way you could get more information. Also, you can scan on specific ports or group of ports as you like. And if you remember, when you scan for device that has firewall, you will get filtered. That means the system is alive, but it will give you a filter. That's mean blocking the scan. It's not let the scan go further, right? So if you remember, let's do it with the one the Windows have firewall. So slash
Okay, so I will do it with the Windows with that 168.239.130, and let's see. So we should get filtered now because the firewall is not going to give you all ports available. So let's see. I'm just going to show you. So filtered, I mean the system is alive, but firewall preventing your scan from going further. It's not allowed. Doesn't have. See what it says here? It says, look, all 1,000 scan ports on 192.168.239.130 are filtered. Okay, so it means there is a firewall preventing this further. So it's not gonna let you get more information. Okay, so filtered means the system is alive, but firewall is preventing the TCP or NMAP scanning in general. Okay, so yeah, thank you for this lesson, and we'll see again with another lesson with NMAP. Thank you. Hello and welcome with another lesson with NMAP and SQLMAP for ethical hackers. In this lesson we will do operating system detection in verbose mode. So what we will do when you use verbose mode, so we're trying to use the OS detection in verbose mode to see additional host information, like information such as the TCP and IP ID sequence number and ID sequence number values. So the IP and ID sequence number value can be found under the label of IP ID sequence generation. So we are not going to get actually the right ID sequence number because we are using virtual environment, but we will tell you exactly where to get there. So the IP ID sequence number can be abused by port scanning techniques such as idle scan and so on. So how to do that? It's very easy. Verbose mode will give you extra information about your target host, right? So and those information is specifically about the TCP, IP, and ID sequence number. So we just log into our Kali, and then we go to terminal and make sure you have all your like virtual machines on, like Metasploitable and others and so on. So I'm just gonna get the root privilege sudo su, and then the password will be Kali, and then we're gonna write nmap. So verbose mode will be like this. So /o has to be capital O, and then small v for verbose mode, and then the IP address that you are trying to target, or you are targeting actually, and then click enter. So now we will let's see what's happening here. It says starting nmap, initializing garbage scanning. Okay, so it says the nmap report for 192.168.239 host is down. Okay, so look like the Metasploitable 2 is not on. Okay, let's turn it on from here. Okay, let's wait for it. Yes, so it wasn't on actually. So now it will turn on. That's why it says the host you are targeting is not on. That's the good thing with the nmap. If the host live will tell you something about it, either filtered or something like this. But if it's down, they will tell you it's down. So here try ping scan pn, which is another way, as we're gonna see later. No, our job here is just to see the verbose mode, where we get extra information about target host. So let's see if it's on now. I think yes, it's it's on now. So let's try it again. So nmap, and then the same command, capital O, small v, and then the IP address of your target host, and click enter. Yes, so now we got more information. So if you remember, I said that the IP ID sequence number can be found under the label of IP ID sequence generation, and I've said that we are not going to get actual numbers because we are using virtual environment, but in actual environment you will get right number. So if you see here, network distance is 1 hop, like it's 1 device away, which is because we are in the same network, right? And then here this is the IP ID sequence generation. It says all zeros because we are using the virtual environment. But verbose mode is very important to get extra information about network part of the host, about the IP address, the TCP port, TCP, and then sequence number. They are very, very important. Okay, so we're gonna see more about them in the later lessons. Okay, so thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson of IMAP and SQLMAP later. Thank you. Hello and welcome again. In this lesson we will do more host discovering with NMAP by using different techniques. The last 2 lessons we used the TCP ping scans and UDP ping scans. In this lesson we will discover hosts with the IP protocol ping scan, and also with the ICMP ping scan, and also with the ARP ping scan. So ARP is for address resolution protocol. Okay, so let's start with the first one, with discovering hosts with the ICMP ping scan. So how can we do that? NMAP and then SN capital BE, this is for the ICMP, and then the network 192.168.239.1/24. So let's see. Like as I said, maybe one way is not enough, maybe one method is not working, so it's better to have alternatives and as many methods as you can. Okay, so this is for the ICMP. For other ping scan with the IP protocol ping scan, how to do that? NMAP and then /PO or IP protocol ping scan, and then the target will be 192.168.239.1/24. So we will discover how many hosts available in this network overall. So as you see, the result all the same. And then the last one, I will just try to open a new window so it will be clear for you, because if you go further down you don't see very well maybe. Okay, so sudo. So now the last one is the ARP scan. So ARP is also NMAP, and then SN capital PR, and then your network, PR, and then capital PR for ARP poisoning, and then 192.168.239.1/24. Okay, so far we were able to discover hosts in the network by using TCP ping scan, UDP ping scan, and then by using IP ping scan, ICMP ping scan, and then ARP ping scan. Okay, so you have different ways, different methods, always good. Okay, so that's enough for this lesson, and see you again with another lesson. Hello, in this lesson we're going to learn about the aggressive detection mode. NMAP has a special flag to activate aggressive detection, and this flag is capital A. It stands for aggressive mode. So it will enable operating system detection and version detection and so on. Also the trace out. But this mode, what will do, it will send a lot more probes, and it's more likely to be detected, but it provides a lot of valuable host information. So we can use aggressive mode by writing capital A with the NMAP. So NMAP. So let me just go to the root privilege, and then you write NMAP, and then capital A, and with any target you want. I'm gonna put this time the 68.239.129. Okay, so let's see what we will get from our aggressive mode detection. It's not going to be much different with the vulnerable web application, the Metasploitable 2, because it's already vulnerable and it's already given us everything. But in case you want to get more information, so for here, actually we got more information. Look, it's actually more information than the regular SV scan. So in the regular SV scan, it was here, right? It was about the open ports available, but here it will give you details, more information about basically every single surface there. So more information, the versions, surfaces available, and so on. Again, this aggressive mode provides more valuable information about the host, but it can be detected. So if I go back here, so I'm just gonna close it, and I open another window. Now I will show you what's the difference between the aggressive mode and the previous mode that we already did it together, if you remember, in the last lesson. So Kali, so I will do NMAP. It's not aggressive this time, so V, and then I will just put the IP address 192.168.239.129. So look, the information we're gonna get it from the version detection compared to the information we are getting it with the aggressive mode. Look, this is the only information we got here. Okay, if you go to the aggressive mode, I think this one here, look at the information. It's much detailed information and much valuable information. Okay, so sometime before we end this lesson, I want to mention for one more thing. Sometime, let me just close those here. Yeah, sometime you're gonna find like a difficulty for detecting the operating system. NMAP, it has a feature, like for example, in case the operating system detection fails, so NMAP, you can use argument. It's called operating system scan guess. So you let NMAP guess for you what's the operating system of your target host. So how we can do that? It's also very easy. So NMAP sudo, I'm just trying to get the privilege, root privilege here. So yeah, so sorry. Yeah, Okay, so sudo su and then Kali. Okay, so we're gonna use how let nmap guess for you the operating system by using nmap and then /o for operating system. Now if I put /o with this our vulnerable web application, I will get Linux just like last time, right? But now I want to assume that I have difficulty, problem finding or detecting the operating system of my target host. I can use this this flag OS scan guess, and then I put the IP address of my target host could be 129. Okay, we already know that it's Kali Linux there. I mean, it's Linux on this machine, but in case like you want nmap to guess for you the operating system, you can use this flag operating system and then a scan guess. Okay, so that's enough for the aggressive mode and the operating system guess. Thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson.
Hello and welcome again, another lesson with NMAP. So in this lesson we're gonna do something called insane scan. So far what we did and what we learned from NMAP, we performed individual tasks such as port scanning, surface enumeration, OS detection, and so on. However, we can perform all of these tasks within a single command. So this command, they call it like insane scan. So how to do that? Very simple. nmap, and then capital T for, and then A for aggressive, if you remember scan, and then V for version detection or surface detection, if you remember that. And then you put your target. Let's say target the Kali, the metasploitable 192.168.239.129. So we got basically different kind of scanning, discovered open ports, surfaces. Let's see what else here. We're still scanning, right? We're supposed to get like legal port 500 response, get like the operation system. Here you go. Okay, so much detailed information from a single command, different flags, and then they will tell you information about the host, metasploitable, local domain, operation system, Unix, Linux. So we could do everything, and this is the HTTP server header, Apache, Coyote, and so on. So much details information from a single command, and this command says, or this way of scanning, it's called insane scan. Insane scan. Make sure T4 A as an aggressive, V for the version. So let's if you want to do this one on scan me, it will take maybe longer because we're gonna scan a live target and actual target. Same idea. So nmap, and then T4, and then A, and then let's put small v, and then put your target scan me scan me dot nmap dot org, nmap.org, and also we are starting getting more information, how many ports they are open. We could see ports open now, and then each IP addresses, like this IP address and this port open with it, and more information will come. This is called insane scan. It's very, very useful, and you can get a lot of details, details. As you see, more information will come. Then we will find out the operating system. We're gonna find out the host name, services there, and so on. Okay. Let's wait more and see what we can get. Take longer because we are now targeting live host, which is ScanMe, and live target will take a longer time. But at the end, you will get almost same information that we got very fast from our target local, which is Metasploitable tool. There we go. Still collecting more information. 7 services on host 1. And look. So also Linux kernel, operating system Linux, more ports, more stuff, like a lot of information. And this is the HTTP server header, Apache, this is the version, Ubuntu, and so on. That are very, very useful information for you as an ethical hacker. Very important to know the ports are open and how we what we can do with those ports, right? And what if you know the version of server, we will see what's the vulnerability on the server, if it's like patched or not. So a lot of useful information from this called Insane Scan. As I usually say, you could do a lot of things with NMAP, but what we are trying here, we try to get you in this topic on for this tool, which is all companies they are required you have knowledge about NMAP. So we get you in this tool. What is the most important thing? And also you can there are a lot of books, a lot of websites, more things you could do with NMAP. You could do your own scripts. You could do a lot of things with it. Okay, so just we try to get you in and just practice. You will be in good shape. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again with another lesson with NMAP. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we'll be discovering host names by brute forcing DNS records. So DNS records hold a surprising amount of information, and by brute forcing or guessing them we can reveal additional targets. As we know, DNS entry names often give away information. For example, DNS record type A named mail indicate that we are dealing with email server or mail server. Or a few years ago, Cloudflare default DNS entry named direct would usually point to the IP address that they were trying to protect. So how we can brute force DNS to get additional information about our target. Okay, so what we will do here, we will discover more host names by brute forcing DNS records. Okay, so we know that DNS transfer the IP address to hostname and hostname back to the IP address. Okay, so how can we do that? NMAP. And then, sorry,
send our script and then DNS root. Then our target will be scanme .nmap.org. Okay, this is the most safe and legal way to do it. scanme.nmap.org. Okay, so click enter. So we are okay. Look, we got more information. It's record A. More host name, chat.nmap.org, chat.nmap.org. So this is called DNS root force host name. So we got extra and host name DNS record A and DNS record for AAA. Okay, so this is how you can brute force DNS for your target. Hello, welcome. Another lesson. In this lesson, we will be getting information from whose records. Whose records is often used or often contain information or useful information such as the registrar, organization name, creation and expiration dates, geophysical location, and other contact information such as email address to report abuse. System administrators have been using whose record for years now, and although there are many tools available to query this information, NMAP can take IP range or target list as an input and obtain IP addresses and domain name information from like in one place. Okay, so how we can get information from whose record using NMAP? Very easy and straightforward. You're going to use NMAP script. So let me just get sudo su Kali. So we will get information from whose record about specific website, right? And we will see a lot of information. How to do it? So NMAP scan, then script, then whose, and then we put the IP address or the target we are targeting to get information from whose record about this website. Okay, so click enter. As you see here, country is US, and the states, network operation, the name of organization. It's a lot of useful information whose record, even contact information, IP addresses, and so on. So if you see here, we can see expiration displayed record, currently set to expire. This date does not necessarily reflect the expiration. Whatever terms used, you are not authorized to access or query whose through the use of electronic process. Yes, you know that. So yeah, this is the available information for public. Okay, when you wanna use, there are a lot of tools you can get information for whose record, but with NMAP you can use NMAP send script whose and then put your target, so you will get a lot of information. As we know, whose record is very important, and you can get very useful information, location, and so on. Okay, so I hope that will help, and see you again with another lesson with NMAP. So NMAP, it has a lot of tools, a lot of ways, a lot of use, a lot of things you can do with NMAP, right? But I'm trying to give you the most necessary things and the most thing you can use with legal environment, right? So here's the kind of contact information if you want to contact about this domain or this website and so on. Okay, thank you.
Hello and welcome again. In this lesson we will look at something called NMAP region scan. So why we need NMAP region scan and why it is an interesting option. So basically when we scan specific targets, sometimes or usually sometimes if it's the port open, so NMAP will report as this port is open, but it does not tell us why it's open and how it's find out open. Okay, so with the region scan will tell us how it's find it open, depends on NMAP scanning techniques as we learned earlier. So for example, if I want to write NMAP here, I'm just gonna scan the metasploitable machine. It's the reason it's very vulnerable machine. So and then I'll put the IP address of 192.168.239.129. As I said, the IP address on your devices may be different. The easy way to find what the range of your IP address is on your local lab, it's by using fconfig or ibconfig on Windows. Okay, so click enter. So here what's happening here. So okay, this host open. I want to get more information. So I will put S and then capital V 192.168.239.129. Waiting a little bit until we get the full response from the scanning. Yes, so as we see, we got all the open ports, okay, but we didn't get like basically reason why it tell us they are open. Okay, so let's try the reason option and let's see what is the difference. Okay, I'm gonna close this one and start with a new one because I want to give you enough space when you watch this video, because if I go down here it might be not going to be clear for you. Okay, so let's write NMAP and then we're going to use the reason option, reason, and then we put the target IP address 192.168.239.129. click enter. So if you notice here, it says, like for example here, port 21, which is the FTP service there, it's open. And the reason why, how NMAP got it open, because from sending SYN-ACK packet. If you remember three-way handshake, when you say SYN-ACK and then back from the target or from the server ACK, and then the client will send acknowledge and close connection. And this is tell you the reason that NMAP know those ports are open, because using SYN-ACK technique, the three-way handshake. Okay, so you could do it with with any, not necessary this IP address. Let's try it with the scan me dot nmap.org, and let's see what we will get. Hopefully there are like kind of open ports with the scan me for now, because sometimes we cannot get. Anyway, so the reason scan is an interesting option, and it will tell you why NMAP tell you this port is open. Okay, so let's wait for this to see what we'll get from scan me, and then we're gonna jump with another lesson with NMAP. Yeah, so look, this we got those ports because ScanMe, it's the way of NMAP provide like a free website, a free target for us, and it's actual and live, provided by NMAP. And the reason to do things safely and legal, because you're not allowed, basically not legal to scan random targets, right? So that's why we build our local lab to do things safely without any legal issues. So NMAP provide us with a scanme.nmap.org, and also we got the same result. Okay, so thank you for watching, and then we'll see you again with another lesson with NMAP. Thank you. Hello, welcome again on another way of doing scanning with NMAP. In this lesson, we will learn together how we can scan using an input file. So, for example, you want to scan range of IP addresses, you want to scan a specific target, and you don't want to write it manually on the terminal. You just save it on any text file in any directory, and then you just scan it. And then when you scan it, you get the result at normal, right? So, for example, like I will create a text file here on the desktop here on Kali. New document, so empty file. Let's name it host. Let's say hosts. And then we open this one now. And let's write this any range of IP addresses or anything actually you want. 239 and then 1, and then let's put this one 192.168.239.255, and I'm gonna save this one as a text file, so host.txt. Okay, so now we have our range of IP addresses on text file. So it's very important to get the directory of this file when you want to use scan, or you want to scan input file, right? So to get the directory, just click here, and then say click open folders, and then click, because we put it on the desktop, just click on the desktop, and then here you'll see the directory, right? Home, Kali, desktop, and this is the file that we are targeting here. Okay, so just copy this directory, and then go to the command terminal, and then if you want to open it, just type cat, and then this is old one, so I'm just gonna paste my callboard here, and then here what we will do, host, our file is with the S, if you remember, hosts.txt. This is, we're gonna open whatever we put inside this text file. So we got this range of IP addresses that we put together. So let's open it or scan it with NMAP. So NMAP, and then SNIL, it's for scanning input file, and then the directory home, Kali, desktop, and then we have hosts.txt, and that's enough. Just click enter. So basically now NMAP give you more options when we do with this file, and you could do everything just like normal scanning, but you put your data on the text file, and then you just call it and use the IL like input file, and then put the path where you put your text file. Okay, so this is how we can scan using NMAP to scan an input file. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again with another lesson with NMAP. Hello and welcome again, another lesson. In this lesson we're going to learn together another way, or how to scan on an entire subnet. So it's very simple. Just open your terminal from your Kali. The next device, as usual, I will get the root privilege, and then here we're gonna write NMAP, and then you put your like how you gonna scan the entire subnet or entire network. Just SN scan, and then you put the IP address 192.168.239. By the way, the IP address on your device, in your lab, may be different than those. Depends on if you are using VirtualBox or VMware and so on. And then you put like 239, and then you put from like 0 till the last possible address. Okay, so 0 until 255. This is the last possible address, and then click enter. Here we go. So as usual, our lab is very small, and it has only a few devices, including the gateways IP addresses for VMware and actual gateway. So if you look here, so this is the IP address of like basically our gateway. This is the VMware gateway, and this is like the Metasploitable IP address. This is the Windows IP address. This is the Kali Linux IP address. So we have virtual 6 IP addresses up for now. So this is how you can scan entire subnet. Okay, so and then from there you could go further to see what IP address is available and how you can contact with them, do further scanning, more information, and so on. So this is enough for this short lesson, and see you again with another lesson. Thank you. Hello and welcome again. Another lesson of NMAP. So what we will do in this lesson together, we will do HTTP enumeration. So we're going to use, of course, the NMAP script. So we know that the HTTP, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is a command service, and this service will be found on many hosts. It runs on port 80, and this is not safe because it sends everything in clear text. And the most safe version is the HTTPS, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, Secure Protocol. So we can invoke this by using NMAP script, and we will get a lot of useful and excellent information as an ethical hacker. Those information very useful, especially with very vulnerable machines, just like our Metasploitable tool. So let's go and write the HTTP enumeration command using NMAP script. So we write NMAP, and then script, and then HTTP enum for enumeration, and you put your target. Our target will be our Metasploitable machine. Let's click enter, and then we will get much useful information. As you're gonna see, we don't get them in a regular scan or even in the insane scan. This is much detailed information. If you look here, let's go up. So see, first thing we got here, the ports, and then here the surfaces here, or the name of the page. We have 2 key page, and we have test page, the HTTP page, and then here PHP my admin. You see how important that information. Most likely it look like yeah, password, and then this is very interesting directory, another interesting folder. Okay, and this more open stuff with each port, even register array, post, and so on. What here saying down here? Let's see what we get down here. So it says possible admin folder. Okay, this is possible admin folder. This is the login. A lot of information, and the reason we got this this information, because it's very vulnerable machine, right? And don't be surprised, you will see a lot of real website, real thing, they are as vulnerable as the metasploitable too. So I will do more thing. We know that HTTP methods, HTTP supports different or use various of methods, like get to get something from a web page, post to post something for the web page, delete, and so on. So sometimes these methods will left open on a web server. So we can use NMAP method, HTTP method I mean, to check on them. Okay, so how we can do that? We use the same, I'm gonna open new terminal because I wanna make it clear for you. So we're gonna open write NMAP, same script, HTTP, but instead of enumeration I will write methods. Okay, so method, this is how HTTP protocol work. So methods with the S, and then you put your target IP address 192.168.239.129 and click enter. So HTTP method, get head post options. Yes, so supported get ahead. This is all like open, and this is how you can get the method open. So we could say HTTP title, HTTP trace, HTTP fetch, and so on. Okay, so let me do this, the same thing that we just did on the real live target and host, which is the scan me .nmap. So I'm gonna use HTTP enumeration, but this time I will put scan me .nmap.org. Okay, so and click enter, and we should get some useful information, because this target is also it's vulnerable and it's designed for training purpose. Okay, take longer because we are dealing with live host, which is this is how real scan work. There we go. Same information, potential interesting directory. Here we go. Okay, so this is enough for HTTP enumeration, and I will see you again for another lesson. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Another lesson. In this lesson we will see how we can do FTP enumeration in NMAP, and we all know that FTP is file transfer protocol, is the most commonly used protocol for transferring files between systems. and it runs on port 21 by default. So to do a FTP enumeration in using NMAP scripting, we'll do the following. So we're gonna write NMAP as usual, and then script, and then FTP/system, and then our target 192.168.239.129, and then we're gonna do the other type of script of FTP enumeration, so another script, and then FTP, unknown. So those two major type for FTP enumeration and map, unknown and system. Okay, and then you click enter. There we go. So this is for anonymous, FTP login allowed, and FTP system, FTP server status connected to the IP address of Kali. This is the IP address of Kali. Logged in as FTP. Non-session bandwidth. Session timeout is second, 300 seconds. Control connection in plain text. The connection was in plain text. We know that the FTP send everything in plain text. So yeah, this is most of things we can do with the FTP enumeration. You can do more stuff, like more thing we can do, like you could do, like, for example, you want to check whether the FTP server is vulnerable and so on. So for example, let's check if we could say the FTP server is vulnerable for backdoor. You could do this, NMAP, and then script, FTP, FTBD, and then backdoor. And then your target 192.168.239.129. So in this we're gonna check if the FTP server on our target is vulnerable for backdoor or not. So it says FTP backdoor is vulnerable, version backdoor vulnerable, exploitable. Okay, so and this is the vulnerability ID. So see how valuable information we can get by doing FTP enumeration. There are a lot of things you can do also, like FTP brute, FTP bounce, FTP vulnerable on the and so on. So there is a lot of things you can do. You just check them out if you want, just Google them. But for general, this is how we can do the FTP enumeration in NMAP. Okay, so yeah, that's all, and see you again with another lesson. I believe next lesson we try to do another enumeration, maybe, yeah, another enumeration on the MySQL. Okay, see you. Hello, welcome again, another lesson of NMAP. In this lesson we're gonna do DNS enumeration. So DNS as we know, stands for domain name system, and is indeed the backbone of the internet, as it does the crucial job of transferring or translating the host name to IP address and vice versa. And it runs on port 53 by default. So we can get a lot of useful information by doing an NMAP DNS enumeration, and there are a lot of scripts to do for a DNS enumeration. We're going to use the most basic one for this one, and then I will mention for others just in a second. So NMAP, and then port 53 for DNS, aggressive V, and then you put your target .168.239.129. Then click enter. Here you go. More information. See, port still so here all this information from DNS enumeration. There are a lot of script you can use, like DNS cache, Snoop, DNS surface discovery, DNS recursion, DNS root, DNS zone transfer, and so on. So a lot of DNS enumeration, script enumeration for NMAP, and very useful. Let me try to do it on the ScanMe. Let's see, because ScanMe is most real website, right? So let's do it the same here. NMAP map, and then 53, the port. This is for the DNS. This is a aggressive, more information, and then we put scanme.nmap.org, and then click enter. Oh, forget something here. And then for that has to be P for port, and 53 for DNS, and then A, then V, small v, make sure, and then you want your target scanme.nmap.org. Oh, has to be small letter. Scanme. Yeah, it's gonna take longer, but it will provide more accurate information as a real website. Here you go. Initialize other addresses. So this is the address, and this is the IP address, this is IP version 6 connected, because the DNS job to transfer the IP address into hostname, and the vice versa, right? So this IP address with this name, this is IPv version 4, and this is IP version 6, same thing. Okay, so this is called an DNS enumeration. Okay, I will see you again with another very useful lesson. Okay, thank you very much. Hello and welcome again. In this lesson we will do SSH enumeration. We know that the SSH is a secure shell protocol, is widely used for secure remote login and administration. It comes just to overcome the weakness that in Telnet. As we know that Telnet send everything in clear text, while SSH encrypts the traffic and making the communication more secure. It runs on port 22 by default. NMAP has a script for enumerating the SSH and using SSH2 enumeration script, it will list all the different encryption algorithms supported by the target SSH server. And if you know the algorithm, maybe you will take advantage of the weakness of each one of them, and then will help you targeting the user later on. So just let's open this one and write NMAP as usual with script, and then script, sorry, SSH2 / enumeration. There it goes, like for algorithm. Okay, so when I list all encryption algorithms, and then the target 192.168.239.129. There you go. So let's see what we got here. Let's go up a little bit. See, all encryption algorithm, different Hellman groups, exchange SHA-256, different Hellman group, exchange SHA-1, group 4 SHA-1, SHA-1, RSA, DSS, encryption algorithms. So a lot of information. And here we see the FTP SSH port 22, just after the FTP, and a lot of good information. A lot of good and excellent information. You could do more things like SSH authentication methods, SSH RAN, host key, and a lot of scripting algorithm, like a lot of script with NMAP you can do it. Like let's see this one, for example, NMAP, also script. This time I'm gonna write SSH and then auth and then methods and then the target, do 39 and then 129. There you go. So this is the supporting public key and passwords, so authentication methods. Okay, so more and more script. Let's try this one. Let's write NMAP script and then SSH host key, for example, or run or root. So let's try run, and then 192.168.239.129. There you go. So let's see what we get here. Failed. Okay, so we didn't get okay, so it says failed to specify credential and command to run. Okay, we didn't specify. So let's try host key, for example. So NMAP script and then SSH host key. By the way, when you use those script and map scripting with real target, you will get much and better use for information. as we are doing it on virtual to be safe and legal. Okay, so and then 192.168.239.129. Here's the host keys. Look how great information we got now. Okay, so and so on. A lot of information you can do, brute and tons and more and much information. Also, you can try it with the ScanMe, with the ScanMe NMAP. So if you want to see the algorithm, so NMAP script, and then SSH2, then I'll go .192.168.239. No, sorry, I want to do it on the ScanMe. So ScanMe .nmap.org. Enter. Gonna take a little bit longer, but if we can get some information, they will get, because this is like live and actual information. There you go. Yes, we got a lot of good information here. Okay, so much more than from our virtual machine. Okay, there you go. Algorithms and so on. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's enough for SSH enumeration. Next lesson we're going to do more enumeration using NMAP scripting. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome. Another interesting lesson with NMAP. So in this lesson we will learn together SMB enumeration. So SMB stands for Server Message Block. Is a protocol extensively used for network file sharing. So, and usually run on port 445. So if you find target with port 445 open, you can further enumerate it by using SMB, like NMAP script SMB enumeration. So how can we do that? Very simple. Write NMAP, and then P for port, we put port 445, and then script SMB. This one, the SMB, stands for server message blocking, and it's used for file sharing on network. And then OS discovery, and then you put your target. We're gonna put our target the metasploitable 129. Okay, click enter. So we're gonna get very useful information. See, this is open on port 445, and then host, this is operating system Unix, Debian, and computer name metasploitable, and then NetBIOS name, domain name, local domain, metasploitable local domain, and so on. Very useful information. So one more thing and to do with NMAP SMB's enumeration. So let's open it here. I will show you. So NMAP, and then script and this time we write SMB enumeration and then share. So it will give us a very interesting information that the target 192.168.239.29. Then click enter. So we got so look, this is all shared folder files here. PC, exploitable server, Samba, exploitable. This is the admin. This is varlib, all the directories. Very useful, and because it's very vulnerable, right? We got this like valuable information, right? So keep in your mind another script of getting all the share folder on the network. Let's try it on the scan me, and let's see what we will get. So NMAP, and then script, SMB, enumeration, and then shares, and then you would scan me .nmap.org. Take a little bit longer, but also you're gonna get very useful information from this target. Still waiting. There we go. It's also, yeah, we got some information, but not as detailed as the ones we got from our vulnerable metasploitable tool. Okay, so that's SMB enumeration, and then the next lesson we will do another enumeration and get another useful information. Thank you. Hello, welcome again. Another lesson. In this lesson we will do SMTP enumeration with sample mail transfer protocol. As we know, it's used for transmission of electronic mail. It runs on port 25 by default. NMAP has also several scripts for enumerating the SMTP protocol or SMTP services. These NMAP scripts could reveal several weaknesses in the SMTP server, such as open relays, acceptance of arbitrary commands, and so on. So we will use the first one, SMTP command scripts, on our target, and we will see what we will get. There you go. So let's write nmap script, but this time we're gonna write SMTP, sample mail transfer protocol, and then commands. Okay, and then the target 192.168.239.129. Click enter. There you go. So this is the SMTP commands: metasploitable, login admin, pipeline sizes, and so on. Okay, so we can do more things. There's more scripting. For example, you want to do like enumeration users. you want to enumerate the users, or you want to see the open relay, and so on. So let's see the open relay, see what they're gonna give us. So NMAP, and then script, and then SMTP, open, and then a relay, and then 192.168.239.129. There we go. Click enter. See, if the relay open, will tell us open. If not, will tell us not. So it says here, open relay server does not seem to be open relay. All tests are failed. Okay, fine. Also, you can try it on the scanme.nmap.org, and there are a lot of scripting you can use. Let's try this one here together. So NMAP scripting and SMTP. So I will do SMTP, and then we're gonna enumerate users and then the target. There we go. Method and handler start code. Okay, so not much information. Let's try it with the ScanMe and map. Script, so SMTP, and then we're gonna use the commands now. Then 192.168.239.129. SMTP. There you go. Sorry, I'll try to do it on the ScanMe. Sorry, I just repeat the same information. Script, SMTP, commands, and then the target scanme.nmap.org. Let's see. Gonna take a little bit longer, but we are targeting like kind of real target or real website or real server, because we try to do things on virtual to be safe and legal practice. Okay, so NMAP has a lot of things to do. So here what says, actually didn't give us much information. Scan me. Yeah. So this is some script NMAP scripting. You could do more and more and more with NMAP, but I believe this is a good way to start with NMAP as an ethical hacker. It will help you a lot to find your way and where and how to start hacking your target, which is they call the reconnaissance step, which is you're doing enumeration with the NMAP, with sample NMAP enumeration, sample NMAP scanning, and then use different kind of NMAP scripting and so on. Thank you, and see you again. Hello, welcome. In this lesson we will do MySQL enumeration. We know that MySQL is one of the most popular open source relational database management systems. It runs on port 3306 by default. NMAP has scripts for enumerating my SQL service. So enumerating a MySQL service can reveal a lot of benefit or a lot of good information that could be further used to attack the target database. So the first script we're going to use MySQL info. MySQL info will show you protocol version details, server capabilities, and salt value in use. So to do that, just write nmap, just like script, MySQL info, and then your target. And then you click enter. As you see here, this is the SQL info here. Version, this is the version number, type, and that's the capabilities. Yep, this is some information we got. This is like from our vulnerable metasploitable. So let's try the Windows machine, for example. I know the Windows machine, so I want to see what we'll get if you write the Windows machine. Windows machine doesn't have, so because it will block all the nmap. So I think it will tell us. Okay, so what says here? It says host seems to be down. If it's really up or broken. Actually, it's not down, but it cannot. So this is the Windows. It's not down. It's up, but doesn't have this. So also you can try it on scanme.nmap.org to get some useful information. MySQL, you could use, like, for example, just enumeration, like nmap script, and then MySQL, and then instead of info write enumeration, and then write your target. See, it's gonna be almost same information. No, the other one will give you more information. Here just little bit some information about the, it says account not valid, account found. So, and also there is a query, for example, if you want to try a query. As we know that we are dealing with the default, like virtual, so we are not going to get like a lot of information. So let's say this time we're going to write query. Let's see what I will get. And then your target, which is 192.168.239.129. Says here. So done one IP address. Yeah, this is all information we can get from our vulnerable machine. Also, you can use script for users if there is users or databases and so on. Password. So, for example, let me see if there is user with MySQL here. So let me write nmap script MySQL. Instead of info, I will put user. So here we're gonna put users. Okay, and then the target 239 and then 129. Also the same information. 336. This is the only thing related to the database. Okay, so if you are dealing with actual database, you will get a lot of information, of course, but this is how you can use nmap for scripting MySQL. So you could write MySQL databases instead of user to display all databases, but we're gonna see all of this like when we're gonna use SQLMAP. SQLMAP will give us much better information and direct information. Okay, So yeah, that's all for SQL enumeration. And the next lesson we're going to try different enumeration. Thank you. Hello and welcome with another lesson with NMAP, and we continue using NMAP scripting engine. In this lesson we will use trace out geolocation and try to get some like trace out for our target and a geolocation as well. So how we do that? We use NMAP script engine, write NMAP and then trace out, then trace out geolocation, then put your target. The target will be our meta-exploitable machine 239.129, and then we got surfaces open at this target plus some geolocation location and the hub, which is the trace out, right? Trace out, and this is the geolocation information. And how many hubs? We know it's one hub away because it's in the same network. You could do that like further for any website you want, for any target you want, and instead of this IP address you just write trace out script and then trace out geolocation, then put your target. As we know, we try to be legal and we try to use whatever allowable and whatever it's legal to do it. Okay, so I don't want to put any other location, any other website. I'm not allowed to do it. But if you have your own website or you have kind of authorized access to any website, you can do it, and then you will see the trace out between your device and your target plus some geolocation information. Okay, yeah, this is how you use trace out script with the geolocation. Hello and welcome. Introduction to SQLMAP. So SQLMAP is an open source penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flows and taking over database servers. So it is completely open source, and it has a lot of features, like for example full support for MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Microsoft Access, IBM, SQLite, Sybase, SAP, and more databases systems. So it will save you a lot of time. You don't have to write any single line of code to perform any SQL injection or to do penetration test for SQLMAP. The reason for that is to save you time, as I said, and make things easy. So when you install your Kali, it will come with Kali by default. So how you gonna access for it? Two ways: either from you go here and then you go to databases assessment and then you click here to SQLMAP, or you will access it from command line. So here it's open with all help, or from the command line here you just write SQLMAP and then H for help. It will display everything for you. During the course we will use the command line and perform most of those features inside SQLMAP. So thank you and take care. Hello and welcome. This lesson we're gonna have introduction about databases and SQL. Nowadays, most of medium to large websites, they have kind of databases, and databases, it's information. Those information could be like financial information, sale information, products information, personal information, customer information like credit cards, names, contacts information, emails, phone numbers, addresses, and so on. So those databases, they're gonna sit on a storage device, right? Like any storage device in the server. Okay, so we have something called database server, just like we have a website web server, and so on. And we have email server. So we have to like kind of how to communicate with those database in case if we want to add more data, right? Or we want to update data, we want to retrieve data, or delete, or change, and so on. So there are a lot of tools to manage the database and use to create and manage and structure the database. One of them, or the most common one, is the SQL. So first of all, let's have an idea what is SQL. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So it's language, which means it's a way of communication, right? So we have the way of communicate, or the way to communicate with databases. Okay, so for example, if we have here databases and we want to communicate with these databases, either to update data or retrieve data and so on. Okay, so we have to use this language, which is the structured query language, and we call it SQL. Okay, and then we have to use something called SQL statement, and this statement, it's used to do something for the database. Okay, we're gonna give statement to execute or to perform something. Okay, so SQL statement, it's used for this purpose. Okay, so before we go to the statement and how we can write this statement, and the attacker and you as ethical hacker or penetration tester, how we can use the SQL statement to get access to the database and get information from the database. Okay, because there are a lot of ways to do it. In our course, we are going to use something called SQLMAP, right? It's going to do everything for us in automatic way, so we don't have to write any statement, any SQL language statement to do something for the database. SQLMAP, sorry, will do it for us. And also the other part of the course, we're going to write those statements to do the same job of the SQLMAP. Okay, so there are a lot of systems for database that based or used SQL language. The most famous one, or the most common ones, Oracle, Sybase, Microsoft SQL, Ingress, etc. So all of them, they are using SQL language. So if you know how to use this language, or you know how to write statement, and then there is a website has a database, and then this website is not secure well, so they will be in very, very dangerous situation, because as an ethical hacker or a penetration tester or bad guys, they will try to use advantage of the SQL statement to try to get access for some sensitive information and to get data, update or retrieve or insert something. Okay, so there are SQL commands mostly used to do something, especially when you write SQL statement to deal with the database. The most two process is to update data and retrieve data, okay? But there are a lot of commands for SQL language. We call them SQL commands: select, insert, update, delete, create, and drop. So when you write your statement, you're going to select something from something, right? So you're going to select something from the database by using this command inside this statement, okay? And then insert, so you will be inserting something to the database using a SQL statement. And then update, you will be updating something to on the database using a SQL statement. Delete, and the same idea, to delete something. Create, to create something. Drop, to drop something, and so on. So those commands can be used when you write a SQL statement to deal with those database. So unfortunately, the bad guys, they will take advantage of this command and attacking or targeting the vulnerable website that has database, is not secure well from SQL injection attack. That's what we call it, SQL injection attack. So SQL injection attack is to inject something to the database and get something from the database and update and change something you're not allowed to do it. And the website that has database, they're supposed to well secure from this problem, because it is very, very dangerous attack. Okay, it still exists nowadays and everywhere. A lot of designer, maybe they are not good in security, and then when they design website, they will be in this problem. Okay, so this is kind of introduction for SQL and what is SQL and how it deal with the databases and how it manage the databases, and how it can be used as an attacker tool, okay, to hack something and to access to the database. As we said, we're gonna do SQLMAP to do all of those things for us automatically, so we don't have to write any line of code. And also the second part, we're gonna write some statement for SQL. It's gonna be very simple, and then to do the same job that SQLMAP did for us. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next lesson. Hello, welcome again with the first practical lesson of SQLMAP. And SQLMAP most likely used for trying to do database hacking and get information about databases from a specific target. And most likely our target will be the test PHP, the vulnerable website designed for this purpose. So I'm gonna write sudo. This is how we're gonna use, either gonna use SQLMAP right away, or I will use it with sudo SQLMAP, and then I put the URL. The URL will be U for the URL, and then between double quotation HTTP, and then the test php.vulnweb.com, and this is you take it from this website. And then what you want to do, you want to list all databases, DBS. This is what you want to do. You want to list all the databases names from this vulnerable website. As we know, most of the medium to large website, they're supposed to have kind of databases. Could be like about any kind of databases, sale databases, financial databases, username and password databases, and so on. And we know that database is based on, like, is about columns and tables and so on. Okay, so this dumb vulnerable web application, you can browse it like here. It's called let me just try to browse it for you here to show you how it look like. So test this one. Yeah, this is the website. It's called test vulnerable web application, and then click anything here. Sorry, and then you copy. So let's say one, sorry, no, not this one, test vulnerable web application. Okay, and then you just copy this URL and put it on your Kali. This website is basically designed for this purpose. It's vulnerable website just for training purposes. Okay, so you put your URL here at like SQLMAP, and then you put your URL, copy paste here inside double quotation, and then //dbs to list all databases, and click enter. So password is Kali. Yes. Here we go. So we got this information here. So it's available databases, two databases, Accurate, ACUART, and then information schema. As we know, information schema is very important thing about databases, metadata, and we will see how we can do. So this is the first step, by using SQLMAP and list all databases available on your target. And when you get the name of databases, you could go further, right? We could find what tables available on this database, what columns available, and so on. So should be enough for this lesson, just to show you how to use SMAP. And then next lesson we're going to go further by try to list tables from one of the databases here available. Okay, thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we'll continue with SQLMAP, and we will list last lecture we listed the databases available on our target. In this lesson we will list the tables from one of the databases. Okay, so sudo, I will write sudo SQLMAP. So this is our last, so this time I'm gonna write capital D, and I will specify what database. If you remember, we got information schema and Accurate, and then this is what I'm targeting, and then I will list what tables available inside this database. So you write SQLMAP, and then your target URL, and then capital D, and then the name of the database. If you remember, like I will go back, do it again here. Yeah, I will list the databases, Kali. So if you remember what we got here, so yeah, say here yes, and then here, if you notice, we got this information. This database is available, right? So I will go inside this one now. Okay, I will go inside the tables inside this one. Okay, so how to do that? Sudo, so SQLMAP, okay, and then your target, and then capital D, and then the name of your target database, and then what do you want to do? I want to list whatever tables inside this one. Okay, and click enter. Kali. So now we're supposed to get more information. Yes, look what we got. We got this 8 tables. Okay, so we have artists, we have cards, we have categories, guest book, pictures, product, users, and so on. Okay, so now we did more information. We got more like 8 tables inside this databases, which is further, right? Which is more danger actually. Okay, so what we will do, we will stop here, and the next lecture because I want to make it separate, right? I don't want to mix it. So when you see the titles on your lessons, you will see this lesson is for how to get the tables, the next lesson how to get the columns, and when we get deeper inside the databases. Okay, so that's all for this lesson. The target is just to list the tables from specific databases, and then we listed. And then next lecture we're gonna list the columns inside the specific tables. So if you remember, first we list the databases and then the tables inside specific databases. Now we're going to go inside one of them, or each one of them, by list the column inside each table. Okay, thank you. Hello and welcome again with another lesson. In this lesson we're going to go further inside each table and we try to list the columns available. So before, if you want to get like general commands of SQLMAP, there is a lot of resources, but the best thing is to go to help. SQL help command. It will list everything for you. Okay, so here you go. So here A is for all, so retrieve everything. B for banner, so current user, if you want a current user or current database, and then password. So we use tables, we're going to use column right now, and then we gonna dump some information, and we used databases, and then here if you want to do PowerShell and so on. So we're gonna try to use most of those commands from SQLMAP to list password and so on, and are also like enumerate here database users password hashes, and then tables to get the tables. We got the tables. We're gonna try to use columns right now. Okay, so here if you say A, it's mean everything. Okay, columns for column. Okay, so sudo SQLMAP. This time I will say I want to go inside this database. Okay, and then I want to say capital T for specific table. I will go inside this tables, and then I will write columns. Sorry, I have to see like this, and then columns. Then columns. Now we're going to list all columns available inside this table, which is the users table. Here we go. So we got address, cart, CC, emails, name, task, phone. As we know, this is just default, and this website is designed for this purpose. Okay, so yeah, this is how we can. So we listed the databases, and then next lecture after that we listed the tables, and now we went inside each table, and then we list the columns. The next lesson we're gonna dump some information from a specific column, right? We're gonna do that next lecture. Hello, welcome. In this lesson we will continue with our SQLMAP tool, and then we're gonna dump some information from specific columns. After we got the databases, and then the tables inside the specific databases, then the columns inside specific tables, and now we're gonna dump some information from specific columns. So sudo, write with me, sudo SQLMAP, and then we will go first to this databases, and then we're gonna go inside this table, and then inside column, let's say users, or let's keep email column, and then dump. Okay, so Kali, this is to dump information from a specific column. There we go. So we got this email. There you go. Some juicy information, right? So yes, SQLMAP is very powerful tool, and it will let you hack databases and get information and retrieve information from databases without bothering writing any line of code. It will automate everything for you. Okay, so dump, and then you could dump all, and so on. So there is two types of dump. You could dump it and dump all. Let's see, sudo SQLMAP, and that is URL, and then our capital D inside this, and then capital T to go specific table, users, and then email, and then you could say dump all. I don't think so we're gonna get much different information, but let's see. Yes. No much. It just in case you have a lot of information, you could dump all option will help you a lot. So this is just a default, it's not real address, like email address. This is just because this website is designed for this purpose. It just became vulnerable, and then you can practice the SQLMAP legally without any problem. Okay, so this is how you can dump information from specific columns. Okay, thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello, welcome again. Another lesson on database hacking and database assessment. This lesson, it will be very short and very important too. What we will do this time, we will try to retrieve passwords and get passwords and password hashes from databases. Okay, so if you remember, I'm just gonna, yes, so if you remember, like we got databases names from SQLMAP, right? And we got a lot of databases either from our virtual web server, the Metasploitable tool. We got a lot of databases, or from the vulnerable website, the test PHP. So we got a lot of names for databases. So accurate, and then we get DV, WA, quickie, and so on. So now what we will do, we're gonna go look for passwords and password hashes inside each one of those databases, inside specific databases. Okay, so we have to decide what database by capital D, and then we write the database name like accurate, and then what we want to do, we want to get the passwords and passwords hashes. So I will do it on both way, on our vulnerable web application, and then I will choose this database, and also on the vulnerable website, and then we try to see what we can get. Okay, so let's go to Kali Linux. Sorry, Kali. Okay, here, so I will write sudo. If you remember our SQLMAP, so if you remember, so here I'm just gonna write DBS. So this is the directory where we stored our text file that we got from Burp Suite, if you remember, and we named it like rrr.txt on the desktop, right? And then now I'm gonna browse this one and explore what databases it has, right? So, and then password Kali here, and then we got all these databases. So Twiki 95, Twiki key, and then OSAP 10, MySQL, Metasploit, and then DVWA information schema. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look for passwords inside here, inside DVWA, which is dumb vulnerable web application. Let's do it again here. So sudo same this one. So here I will write D for what database, the DVWA, and then I will look for passwords and password hashes, and then ask for password Kali. So it asks us, do you want to store hashes to a temporary file? Okay, yes. And then, so do you want to perform dictionary attack against retrieve password hashes? No, I don't want to do that for now. Okay, so basically it finds some passwords stored on this databases, root, and then hashes doesn't have much hashes just null here, and also stored the file here, this directory. If you take this directory here, okay, and then copy it, and then you open files here, open any folder, and then here just paste the directory. Okay, so here it's inside this logs. If you open the logs, you will see the same information you got, and then down, if you scroll down, you will see more information plus the passwords and so on. Okay, this is one for dumb vulnerable web application. Look here. Okay, so we stored everything basically on file. If we go back here, so by the way, if you don't want to say sudo and then write a SQLMAP, I will show you after this. I will show you how to do that. You don't have to write sudo every time, for example. So SQLMAP, and then this time I'm gonna use it for this dumb vulnerable web application. This is like, I mean, the actual website, the test PHP, vulnerableweb.com, and then look here, I decide what database I'm going to look for, and then I decide to look for passwords. Ask me for password now for our Kali, which is Kali. The password is Kali, and then yes. So say please wait, because now we are doing it on actual website, right? It's not about virtual website. Retrieved. Okay, done. So it's stored where? So here, retrieved number of password hashes for user is accurate. So we got this password. Okay. So it said enabled to retrieve a number of password hashes for user. So doesn't have password hashes here. Okay. So and then all the data is being stored here into this file. Okay, again, if you want to get access to whatever inside this file, you just copy this directory, copy it, and then you open your file here. Okay, and then just click here, just delete here, and then paste it here. When you click enter, you'll find the log, and then all the dumb stuff we did before. Okay, everything here, right? That's so very nice. Then if you look back here, you want to see SQLMAP, and then you see history, everything if you have, and then output of SQLMAP. So look, this is our works on our virtual web server, the Metasploitable 2. This is our IP address here, and then this is the real website that we did some stuff on it. Okay, so everything stored, okay, inside this computer. So I want to show you one more thing before I finish this lesson. If you notice, every time I write sudo and then SQL, because I don't have privilege access here, right? Like, I mean, root privilege for Kali. So to get root privilege is very easy. Just write sudo, and then you don't have to repeat every time sudo. So sudo su, okay, and then the password for Kali is Kali, and now you are here. So every time now, if I want to use SQLMAP, I don't have to write sudo anymore because I'm inside the root privilege now. Okay, so I have root access. Before, I don't have this root access, so I write sudo SQLMAP and so on, and then every time I have to write password, you know, the password for new Kali version is Kali. Okay, so I hope you like this lesson, and next lesson we're gonna do more stuff, how to do shell operating system on database, and how to do backdoor PHP backdoor on the database on web server, and so on. So we're gonna do more interesting stuff in the next lessons. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello, welcome again at another lesson with SQLMAP. In this lesson we're going to talk about information schema. So information schema is very important part of any databases, because in the information schema is like where is the database, like general information schema is a database where all information about all the other databases kept. For example, names of a database or a table, the data type of the column, access privileges, etc. It's all will be stored inside the information schema. So information schema is a metadata of the database. So information about other database, it's kept inside information schema. So how you can access information schema using SQLMAP? It's very straightforward. Just write sudo SQLMAP, and then here you write schema. Yeah, that's it, just a schema, and then you will list the information schema about this specific. Here you go, look, we got such information about everything. Basically, information schema is database of databases. That's how you can say, or metadata. So information about columns, tables, keys, everything you want about the databases, it's stored inside the information schema, and much details. Look, basically we got everything now. We got everything now, everything we want. Okay, so this is how danger SQLMAP, especially with the vulnerable website that has a specific kind of databases. Okay, this is how we can access. If you want to get more information about information schema, just Google it. Because this lesson or this course is not about to go in details what is databases, what about databases or databases management. It's about tools can use to attack or hack databases, which is the SQLMAP. Okay, which is gonna automate all the SQL injection attack. Okay, so this is all information schema for everything regarding this vulnerable web application. Again, if you see how you see this is like the privilege. A privilege mean what kind of operation you can do using SQLMAP. You can insert data, update data, you can delete, create, drop, grant, reference, index, alter, and so on. So this is all the privilege here. So you can see everything you want and everything you want, which is very great, and a lot of information from just sample command. If you go back to the command, what we wrote, it's very simple. We just wrote this command. Okay, our vulnerable URL, and then schema. That's it. And then we get all this details, all this information, everything about the databases. So information schema is a database of a databases. Okay, so that's all for information schema. I hope you like it, and it is very dangerous actually. So just be careful when use them, and please practice a legal environment. Okay, thank you for watching, and see you again with more information about SQLMAP tool. Thank you. Hello, welcome again. In this lesson we're going to talk about Nikto, vulnerability scanner. Nikto is open source vulnerability and free vulnerability scanner. It's mainly used for web vulnerability scan. So the main task of Nikto is to find vulnerability on web servers and websites. This is the main job. So it's specialized for website and web servers, not like, for example, other vulnerability scanner like OpenVAS, Nessus, and so on. They are more general, but this one, no, it's more specific. So it's only used for website vulnerability and to find what kind of attacks can happen to this website, like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and so on. Those kind of attacks can happen only on website. So Nikto is already come pre-installed with Linux. Where to find it? Just go here, click here, sorry, on here, and then you go to vulnerability analysis, and then beside NMAP there is Nikto. Okay, so you can access from here or from the terminal, as we usual, and I like to do from a terminal. It has we just like how we used NMAP and I used SQLMAP. Nikto, it's also command based, and it has options, and each option do specific task. So let me just go to root privilege, and then to start right Nikto, let's use help to see here you go. So this most command, so says display is to turn on and off display output. DB check to check vulnerability, like for database and so this kind of things. This is like like format to save file format, /o to save the output, and you could save the format, could be TXT and any type of format. Help, as we just used. Host, we have to specify host that we will scan, and then ID, and then also plugins to find plugins vulnerabilities, and then output to output your scan or your result to specific file, or you want to save them, which is very important, like as an ethical hacker, to save your result on outside file, so you're gonna have accurate result. This is what happened, this is scan, and that's what the output. Also SSL port, if you want to specify specific port, time, update, version, and so on. So there are a lot of commands we can use, and we're going to use some of them when we launch our first Nikto scan. As we said earlier, Nikto is basically used for web based or website, web server scanning. It's not general or general purpose scanner. So it can scan over 6,700 vulnerabilities or dangers, files or programs, and so on. It's very useful and very important to know as an ethical hacker to use it. Okay, so this is enough, and next lecture we will start run some scan with Nikto. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. We will continue our lessons for vulnerability, for Nikto as a vulnerability scanner, and we said that it is specifically used for web vulnerability, web server and website. So we will try in this lesson, we will launch a basics Nikto scan, try to find vulnerability and weakness on a specific website or a web server. So to do that, you just write Nikto, Nikto, and then /h, and then you specify your target. Okay, H for host, and then we put our host. So target test php.vulnweb.com, and as we know, this website is very vulnerable. We should find some vulnerabilities there. Let's wait. So now Nikto starts scanning, and it will report some vulnerabilities for us. and we should read the output after, like, let's give it time. So this is called, like, this is the basic scan of Nikto. You write whatever, like, you have, Nikto/H and your target. Okay, so let's wait until Nikto finish. It does not support, not gonna take a long time. Okay. So I could say here that it says the XSS cross-site scripting. So here, so the anti-click jacking X-frame options header is not present. This is the first thing. Now XSS cross-site scripting protection header is not defined. The header can hint to user agent to protect against some form of cross-site scripting. As more results will appear. So we could see that Nikto start to find some vulnerabilities on this website. So this is just a basic scan, and yeah, let's wait till we finish. I hope we'll finish. So here it says also X content type options header is not set. This could allow the user agent to render the content of the site in different fashion to the man in the middle, to the meme attack type, and so on. So yeah, here we go. So we test one host, and this is the result. We can see there is vulnerabilities. So there are vulnerabilities there, and this vulnerable website. Thus, if you could do it like this. So also, if you remember, we have our vulnerable machine, Metasploitable 2. Also, if you want to scan it, also write Nikto and then /h and put the IP address. So 192.168.128, and then also you will scan it, and of course we're going to get much and more vulnerabilities on this website, because it is much vulnerable than the one so see sensitive information, cross-site scripting, Apache, more information start appear, and we know that our Metasploitable 2 is very, very vulnerable web application, and it's designed for this purpose. That's why we are seeing more result than the test PHP test website. Okay, so yeah, more vulnerabilities and more result. Directory found, PHP admin, some sensitive information, VHTTP, and so on. So more vulnerabilities and more results being reported by Nikto from Metasploitable 2. So this is basic scan of Nikto. It's enough for this lesson, and next lesson we will do something different with Nikto. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we will continue, of course, with Nikto, and in this lesson we will do scanning for a specific port. So we're going to specify specific port, not general scanning, so to see if vulnerability exists on this port or not. So write Nikto and always H for your host, and I will scan this time the Metasploitable 2, and then P, and then port 80. Click enter, and we can see we got a result about cross-site scripting, specific information about this port. Okay, so this is how you can specify. So for example, if you want to do a different port, like port 21, port 22, port yeah, so done for this port. So also let me clear this one. Okay, so if you could specify any other port. (239), 128, and then P, and you put port 21, for example. Or there says no check-in. Okay, so let's try different port. Necto. Port 22. Also no web server found on this port. Okay, so if the port no exists, we don't get result, of course, only if it is exist. Okay, so this is how you can write a port number using Necto. Okay, so we will do more things and use more Necto option in the next lesson. Hello and welcome. In this lesson, we will gonna use more option. So let me just see what option we can try here together. Necto H. So let's try to use SSL and check it if it's enabled or not on a specific on your target. So let's write Necto and then H. So this time I will use SSL SSL secure shell. Sorry, let me Necto H and then test PHP, and then let's see if it's enabled or SSL on this one or not. Let's see if SSL enabled on this domain or not. Necto's taking time a little bit here. It says web server found on test. Okay, so there is nothing there. Okay, so let's try with this one. Necto HTTPS NMAP .org and then SSL. See if SSL enabled. Yes, so here we can see the SSL is enabled on this website, and this is the cipher SHA-256 and stuff going on. So this will tell you if SSL enabled on a specific domain or not. And this is also useful to know, right, as an ethical hacker. Yeah, let's wait for to finish. So and also we can try, for example, next lesson we're going to try DB check for database check and so on. So So here the port number for SSL, if you notice here, is 443, right? It's not found on this, but it's found there, and tell us that is SSL enabled on this domain. Just gonna wait for take longer here because we are scanning like a real website, and then target port, like here there's a port number 443, which is the SSL port, right? So if it exists, they will tell us exist and give us more information. This is the SSL information. Okay, this is the cipher, this is the algorithm SHA-256, and you know, this is very useful information as an ethical hacker. You could do more stuff with them when you could know what the vulnerability exists and what the weakness of the cipher and so on. Yes, I believe that's enough for SSL checking, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome again. We continue with NICTO lessons. In this lesson we will see how we can scan multiple IP address at one time using a NICTO. So open the command terminal. So what I will do, I already put here. So in this text file, I put two targets or two IP addresses. Or so we have the PHP test.vulnerable web application website, and then the IP address of Metasploitable 2. So I put them inside hosts.txt. So now I can scan a multiple. I could as many as I want IP addresses and web addresses and web server addresses. Doesn't matter. You could put IP, you could put name, doesn't matter, and then you can scan them at once using NICTO. But the most important step you need to do here, so you should know where your file located, right? So you give the right directory. So I put it here on desktop, so I just change the directory here into desktop. Okay, so now I'm inside the desktop. Now I could do the NICTO from inside the desktop, so it will be easy for me to access host.txt, where it has multiple IP addresses or multiple addresses to scan at the same time. So write NICTO and then H and then the name of your text file. Okay, and then click enter. So NICTO, as you see, start doing it and checking, scanning everything at the same time. It's very important. Sometimes you want to scan many targets at the same time. So this is how you can do it. Just save them in text file, and then make sure with the directory where the text file located is, and then launch your scan. And if you see here, after this step here we finished the first one, the IP address, the 239.192.168.239.128, and if you go down here, we will see the second target is this one, the PHP test.vulnerable, and also scanning and looking for results. So you could add as many as you want IP addresses, or could be mixed between IPs and names, doesn't matter. And this is how you can do it using NICTO. So thank you, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we're going to continue. We will output our scan result at NICTO. Let me just open the terminal here. Here we go. I'm going to use village. There we go. So I will write NICTO, and then my target will be our Metasploitable 2, and then O as an output, and then specify the file name. But before that, I want to do one more step. So I want to change the directory to desktop, so the file will be saved here on the desktop, so close to us. Okay, so desktop, click enter. So now we are inside a desktop. So now if I write Necto, and then why you need the output or save the output of your scan is very important. An ethical hacker, when you do specific task, you save the result on outside file, and then you could save it for later references, for another use, explain it more better than to be alive, right? So that's why we need it. It's very also with NMAP you could output your result and so on. So /o, and then name of your file could be name test, and then the format, any format, so txt. Okay, and click enter. As now scanning, and we're supposed to save it on the desktop. I could see here, right, test.txt. And doing general scan at the same time, saving the result on to test.txt. Okay, so done. So if you open this file here, so this is all your scan. All the result on the screen is saved inside this file. Okay, this is how you can output your result with Necto. Very easy and straightforward. Necto, this is the command you need to do it. Your target, and then after the target, O, and then the file name and the file format. Click enter, you'll be save it, and make sure you know where you save it, right? In desktop, or make sure you look at this directory here. Okay, so you know where your file will be stored. Okay, thank you, and that's enough. See you again.